Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to go to the single product page whenever we click on one of these products. So for example, if I click on this product, I should go to the single product page in order to check out this specific product. So how can we accomplish this? How can we do this? To do this, first we need to open up the shop, the index, because this page is actually the shop. So I'm going to open up the shop page, the shop, and then in the shop page, remember we have products. We have here, we have so many products. So I'm going to apply this to one product, and then we can repeat the same thing to all products. So let's do this to the first product. So the first product is this one. Is this product. Let me show you where it is. It starts from this product. So it starts from here. So in order to go to another page from upon clicking on this, we should have href. But here we don't have href. So how can we go from this div to the single product page? Well, we can here add on click event. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say on click, and then on click, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here window dot location dot href, and then the href is going to be equal to single quotes and then single underscore product dot html, and then semicolon. That's it. Now if I click on save all and head on over back to the browser, let me refresh. Let me now click on the first product. So if I click on it, as you can see, it's going to take me to the single product page. So it works successfully. Now you can apply the same exact thing to all other products that we have. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the cart page. So in order to work on the cart page, we need to create a new page called cart. So I'm gonna, here in my project, I'm gonna create a new file here called cart.html. And then since this cart will have also the navigation bar as well as the footer, we need to get the navigation bar and the footer from one of these pages. So I'm gonna open up the index, and then from the top I'm gonna copy the body. First I'm gonna copy the body. I'm going to copy from this, starting from the first line of the page all the way to the body, and then I'm going to paste it in the cart.html. And then in the index, I'm going to go back to the index, and then I'm going to copy also the last 3 lines, the script, the closing tag of the body, and the closing tag of the HTML. And then I'm going to paste it in the cart.html. But you need to leave here a big space. Now we need to get the navigation bar as well as the footer. So from the index, I'm going to get the navigation bar. We have this nav bar. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it here in the cart, and then I'm going to close it first. So this is the navigation bar, and then I'm going to go back to the index and get the footer. So we have this footer. I'm going to copy the footer, and then I'm going to paste it in the cart.html again here. And then you need to close it in order to see where it is. So here, as you can see, we have the navigation bar, and then we have space, and then we have the footer. So now let me check that in the browser. So I'm going to go back to the browser, and then I'm going to go to the cart.html. And as you can see, we have the navigation bar and we have the footer. Now we need to work on the content of the navigation of the cart. So the cart will contain obviously the products that the user added to the cart, and also their information such as the price, the name of the product, the quantity, the total price, all these things. So in order to work on the cart, this time I'm gonna be using a table. A table is the easiest and best way to use in order to create a well-designed cart. So here I'm gonna add a comment, and then I'm gonna say cart, and as usual I'm gonna start with the section. And then in this section I'm gonna give it as usual class, and then I'm gonna say cart. The class is gonna be cart, and also I'm gonna give it as usual a container, and margin top and bottom 5, and padding top and bottom 5. And then inside that section I'm gonna create a div first, and for this div I'm gonna give it a class. I'm gonna say class, and the class is gonna be again container. I'm gonna give it a container to add some margins from the right and left, and also I'm gonna give it margin top 5. Inside the div I'm gonna display a text that says your cart, and I'm gonna give this h2 also a class. I'm gonna say font, weight, bold, and I'm gonna also add HR below this, and finally I'm gonna save and test. So I'm gonna save all, and then I'm gonna head on over back to the browser and refresh, and as you can see we have this your cart. So this is the title of the your cart page. Let's now work on the cart itself. So below this div, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a table. I'm gonna say here table, and then I'm gonna give this table first. I'm gonna give it class, and the class that I'm gonna give this table is the margin top 5, and also padding top 5. Then inside that table I'm gonna add here tr, and for this tr we want to display 3 columns. So I'm gonna say here th, and the first one is gonna say product, and the second the second column will display the quantity, and then the last column will display the subtotal. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and show you how this is gonna look like. So as you can see we have here product, quantity, and subtotal, but we need to stretch this so that the table takes the complete screen width. So we need to work on CSS, but before I do so, let's continue with this table. So below this head, or below these columns, we need to display the first product. So I'm going to say here tr, and inside that tr now I'm going to display td, and in the first td I'm going to display a div that contains information about the product. So I'm going to say here class, I'm going to give it a class, and then I'm going to say product info. And inside that product info, I'm going to first display an image, the image of the product. Let's use the one of the images that we already have here. I'm going to say assets, images, and let's use the first image, featured 1. And then I'm going to display below this image, I'm going to create another div that displays the product name. Here I'm going to say P, and then I'm going to say white shoes, and below this I'm going to display the price. I'm going to say here small, and inside that small I'm going to first add a span, and that span will contain the dollar sign, and besides the dollar sign I'm going to display the product price. And then below this I'm going to break. Here I'm going to say BR, and then I'm going to display a button that will allow the user to remove the product from the cart. So I'm going to say here a tag, and then I'm going to give it a class. I'm going to say class remove button, and I'm going to say remove. Here I'm going to say remove. So this is for this part. Let me save first, and then let me head on over back to the browser and refresh. And as you can see, we have here the product image, and then we have here the name of the product and the price, and remove. But before we continue working on other things, let's fix this table. So to fix this table, I'm going to open up the CSS here in the assets CSS. The style, I'm going to work on the cart. So here I'm going to add a comment, and then I'm going to say cart. So first of all, we need to work on the table itself. So I'm going to say .cart table. So for the table itself, first the cart, remember the cart is this. The cart is this class, this cart, and inside it we have the table. Therefore I said here cart and then table. So for the cart table, I'm going to first give it a width of 100% in order for it to take the complete screen width. And then I'm going to say border collapse, collapse, border collapse, collapse. And then I'm going to say cart product info, product info. And for the product info, first I'm going to change the display to be flex, display flex. And the flex is going to be, flex wrap is going to be wrap, flex wrap, wrap. And for the columns of the table, I'm going to say .cart and then th. And for these columns, I'm going to change the text to align to be on the left side. And the padding, I'm going to give it a padding. The padding is going to be 5px top and bottom, and 10px left and right. For the color is going to be white, the color of the text. And the background color would be the orange color. Let me save now and let me check this in the browser. So as you can see, this is the head of the table here, product, and then quantity, and then subtotal. So this is the head. So we also need to work on the TD. Remember, in the table we have TD. The TD represents, this TD represents the image and the name of the product and the price and also the button. So we need to fix that. We need to fix the image and the product information. So I'm going to say .cart TD, and then I'm going to give it first a padding. I'm going to say TD padding, and the padding from top and bottom would be 10px, and from right and left would be 20px. And we also have the TD. Here we have the image TD, this image. So this image doesn't have a class, so we can access this image by saying .cart cart TD image, and we can change the image width to be only 80px because the image must be small, and the height also must be small. It must be something around 80 or 90 or maximum 100. I'm gonna also give it a margin right. Margin right 10px. Let me save and let me test this in the browser. So as you can see, the image now is much smaller, and we have these we have the product information on the right side. Let's continue working on the design. So what else we want to work on is that we need to we are done. Actually, we are done with this part. But here we need to add the quantity as well as the subtotal. So in order to do this, I'm gonna head on over back to the cart. So in the cart, we need to work on the quantity. We need to display an input that displays the quantity. So below this remove button, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create another TD. So below this TD, but inside this TR, because we are still inside the same row, we need to create another TD. I'm gonna say here TD, and for this TD, I'm gonna first create an input. I'm gonna say input, and this input, I'm gonna say type number, and then I'm gonna say value 1. The default value is gonna be 1. And then I'm gonna add here a tag, and this a tag class, I'm gonna give it a class called edit button. Edit button. And here I'm gonna say edit. And then below this edit, I'm gonna display the price. So below this TD, I'm gonna display the price. It's not gonna be below it. It's gonna be on the right side. So this TD will be displayed underneath the quantity, whereas the price is gonna be displayed underneath the subtotal. So below this TD, we need to create another TD to display the price. So for this TD, I'm gonna say TD and then span, and span. This span will contain the $sign, and then here I'm gonna create another P per graph that will display the. Actually, I'm gonna create another span that will display the price, and then I'm gonna give it here a class, and then I'm gonna say price, product price. Let me save and let me here refresh, and as you can see, we will have here the quantity here, the input and the edit, and we have the price on the right side. But we still need to work on the design. So I'm gonna head on over to CSS, and then in CSS I'm gonna add the following design. First, what we need to do is that we need to fix the input. So we need to work on the input of the quantity. So I'm gonna say cart, and then input, and before the input we need to say TD because the input is inside a TD. And then I'm gonna here change the width of the input, because as you can see the width is too large. So I'm gonna change the width to be only 40px. And then I'm gonna change also the height, because the height is also doesn't fit with the width. And finally, I'm gonna change the padding so that the number will be displayed in the middle of the input. Next, I'm gonna work on the a tag of here. We have this a tag. We have these buttons. We can edit these buttons. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna here say cart, and then TD, and then a tag. because I'm gonna give these two buttons the same exact design. So we don't need to repeat the same code. Therefore, I'm gonna just say car TD A tag, and then I'm gonna say color. I'm gonna change the color. So the color is gonna be the orange color. I'm gonna say here orange, this orange color that I already used. Let me now test, and as you can see, the buttons are being displayed. They look amazing. Finally, I'm gonna work on each single button. So for each single button, we have the remove dot cart remove button, remove btn. I'm gonna edit the button further. So the color again is gonna be the orange color, but the text decoration is gonna be none. Similarly for the cart edit button, edit btn is also going to have a color, the orange color, and the text decoration is going to be none. However, I'm going to change the font a little. I'm going to say here font size, let's say 15px here, and here let me say font size 14px. Let me save and let me refresh, and as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. Here I have a problem. I need to say text decoration none, and here text decoration none. Remove btn. So here remove the classes, remove btn, and here edit btn. Here I need to add this href just to make it clickable. So let me save and let me refresh. And also here in the style.css, I have a problem. I shouldn't say card. I should say cart with a T, not D. This is gonna fix it. So as you can see now, it has been fixed. Finally, we need to remove this space. I think this space is too large. So to do this, we can use here. We can say dot cart product info p tag. Remember this p tag, which displays the product name, which is this. So we need to remove the margin, the big margin underneath this paragraph. So therefore, I'm going to say here cart product info and then paragraph, and then I'm going to decrease the margin from all sides. I'm going to say also only 3px. There is no need for a big margin. So as you can see now, this has been removed. Also the text, I think the text here is a little large. We need to decrease this further to 14, but increase this. I think this is too small. I'm going to say here 15 and this is 14. Now it should be different. So here the remove is smaller and the edit is a little larger. I think now it looks amazing. And here we have this input that controls the quantity and the edit, which should take the user to the previous page, which is the products page, or the single product page, or the products page. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the total of products that we have, the total amount and the total amount of money that the user or the customer will pay. But before I do so, let me show you how we can add more items to the cart. So here in the cart.html, you can copy this item. As you can see, the item starts from this tr. From this tr all the way to the end of this tr, you can close this tr, this one, and actually let me open it because I need to show you the complete code. So this is the code. If you copy this And then if you paste it below here, 1 and then 2 times, and then if you head on over to the browser and refresh, you'll find that now we have three products in the cart. Now let's work on the total amount. So to work on the total amount, I'm going to create another table below this table. So below this table, I'm going to here create a new table for the total. I'm going to say here table, and this table is going to contain is going to be surrounded first with a div. So I'm going to create first a div. I'm going to say here div, and then inside that div, let me remove this table, and let me inside the div create that table. So here inside this div, I'm going to create the table. Here I'm going to say table, and I'm going to first give this div a class. I'm going to say here class, and then I'm going to say cart total. This is going to be the total. And then inside that table, I'm going to display two things. I'm going to first display tr, and for this tr, I'm going to first display the subtotal. I'm going to say here td, and then subtotal, and then below this subtotal, we need to display the amount of money. So I'm going to say td, and then the total. So here $, and then let me get this $, and then here let's type any number you want. So here let me say 155, and then we need to display another tr. So I'm going to say here tr, and inside that tr I'm going to display td with the total here, the total amount. And then here the complete total. Let me save, and let me head on over to the browser. And as you can see, we have here the total, and the subtotal and the total. But we need to work on CSS. So I'm going to head on over to CSS. And then in CSS, we need to work on the class that we just created, which was the cart total. Cart total. And then I'm going to give this cart total a display of flex, and justify content flex int. So why am I doing this? The reason is because I want to display it on the right side. Let me refresh and show you how it's going to look like. So it's not on the right side yet. So the problem is that, let me make sure that I have given it the correct class total, and here cart total. So what I need to do in order to display it on the right side is that I need to fix the table itself. So I'm going to say here cart total and then table. And for this table, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the width and the maximum width. So the width is going to be 100%. There is no problem with this. However, the maximum width now, let me here remove this. So the maximum width is going to be max width. The maximum width is going to be let's say 500 px, and also let's give it a border top. I'm going to say border top 3px solid orange. Let me now show you what this is going to do to the table. So the table now, as you can see, will be displayed like this. It's not going to be it's not going to take the complete screen width. However, we need to shift this table to the right side. And to shift this table to the right side, we need to say td and then last child, and then text align right. Text align right. This is going to display it on the right side. Also, the th last child text align right. Let me save and let me refresh. And as you can see now, the price will be displayed on the right side. However, we still need to take this table and display it on the right side. To do this, we need to fix this. Instead of saying justify self, we need to say here justify content. Justify content flex end. The justify content flex end will take the table to the right side. Let me show you that now. So as you can see now, the table has been taken and is now being displayed on the right side. This is what I wanted to display, and as you can see, it's going to display the subtotal and the total. And you can only display the total if you wish to display only the total. So this is how it works. Finally, I'm going to display a. Let me check first the responsiveness. So the responsiveness is, I think it's great. The only thing that remains is displaying the button, the checkout button. So to display the checkout button, we can display it below the table. So we can here say button. It's displayed in div first, div, and then button checkout. I'm gonna first give it class, and then I'm gonna say btn, and let's say checkout btn, and I'm gonna say here checkout. So the button is being displayed on the right side, so we need to shift it. So here, I'm gonna say checkout button, and then display flex, and justify content flex end. Also, I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to say background. So the background color is going to be the orange color, and the color is going to be the white color. However, we need to add the display flex and the content to the div itself, not to the button, because the button is inside a div. So here I'm gonna say we have two options. We can create another class, or we can copy this complete content and paste it below the table. But let's keep it. Let's create a new class. I think creating a new class is better. I'm gonna create a new class, and then I'm gonna say check out container, and then here I'm gonna say check out container. So for the checkout container, I'm gonna say display flex, and justify content flex end. And as you can see, the button will be displayed on the right side. So now it looks amazing, and now we have this checkout. So we have this checkout button, which looks amazing. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the login page. So I'm going to create a new here page called login.html. And then in this login.html, first I'm going to copy the header and the body from the index. From the index here, I'm going to first copy this part. And then I'm going to paste it in the login. And then I'm going to again copy the footer part, which is this part, these 3 lines. And then I'm going to paste them in the login. And then in between, we need to display the navigation as well as the footer. So I'm gonna get the navigation from the index. Here I'm gonna get this navigation, and then I'm gonna paste it in the login. And then I'm gonna close it because we don't want to work on it. And I'm gonna get also the footer. So I'm gonna copy the footer and paste it in the index as well. And then I'm gonna close it because I'm not gonna work on it. Now we need to work on the login form. So in order to work on the login form, I'm going to create a login section. I'm going to say here login, and then here I'm going to create a section. I'm going to say here section, and for the section, first of all, I'm going to give it a class. I'm going to say here class, and I'm going to give it the margin Y, margin top and bottom 5, and padding Y, padding top and bottom 5. Then inside that, I'm going to create a div, and for this div I'm going to also give it a class, and that class is going to be the container, and I'm going to also give it a text center because I want the text to be centered, and I also need margin top and padding top. I'm going to say margin top 3 and padding top 5. Now inside this div, I'm gonna display here, I'm gonna use h2 to display a text, and I'm gonna give this h2 class, and that class is gonna be the form weight bold, and I'm gonna say here login. Below this login, I'm gonna display hr, and I'm gonna give it a class again, and that class is gonna be mx auto, margin right and left auto. And then I'm going to create below this, I'm going to create a div, but before I do so, let's test first. I'm going to save all, and let me head over to the browser and let me go to the login. So if you go to the login, you'll find that we have here login. Let's now work on the form itself. So below this div, I'm going to create another div. So for this div, I'm going to say here class, and then I'm going to say mx auto because I want again to center this form, and I'm going to add a container class to it because I want to add margins left and right to it. Now inside this, I'm going to create the form itself. I'm going to say here form, and then I'm going to give this form an ID. The ID would be login form, and inside that form we need a div, and this div is going to be for the first input. I'm going to say class form group, and then inside this I'm going to use the label to display the first info about the first label, about the first input. So the first input is going to be email, therefore I'm going to say here email, and the input itself that's going to allow the user to type their email is going to be the input. I'm going to be using the input itself, and I'm going to give it a type. The type is text or email, let's say text, and I'm going to give it also a class, a bootstrap class called form control, and I'm going to give it ID. The ID is important, is very important. I'm going to give it an ID called login email, and also the name. The name is going to be email, and also let's say placeholder. I'm going to say placeholder email, and finally I'm going to say required. So this is for the email. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and test. So the email here, as you can see, this is the input for the email. Let's create another one. So to create another one, I'm just going to copy this dev and then I'm going to paste it below. And we just need to change a few things. So for instead of saying email, we need password. So the user would be able to log in using the email and the password. The type is going to be password. The class form control. The ID is login password. And we need also a name. So the name is password. And the placeholder is password. Lastly, we need to display. Let me first save and show you this. So here, as you can see, we have email and password. Lastly, we need to add a button. So to add a button, I'm going to copy again this div and then I'm going to paste it below. But the button is going to be different. The button doesn't need to have a label. I'm going to remove the label, and the button type is going to be submit. It should be submit, and the class for the input is just going to be btn. We don't need the form control. We need to say btn, and the ID is going to be login btn. The class, we already said that the class is btn. Finally, we need the value. We don't need any of this, so I'm going to remove all of these. Instead, we just need here, we just need value. So the value is login. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and test. So we should have here a button. Here it says login, but we need to work on the design. But before I work on the design, let's continue and finish this form. So the last thing that we need on the form is the registration URL. We need a link that takes the user to the registration page. Therefore, I'm going to create another div below this one, and this one is going to be a tag. So I'm going to remove this input completely, and then I'm going to say a tag. And for this a tag, I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to say ID register URL. And the class, I'm going to give it also a class. I'm going to say class btn. Lastly, I'm going to display here don't have account and then here register. Let me now save and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. And as you can see, we have now this button. It says don't have an account, register. Let's now start working on the design. So I'm going to open up the CSS. In the assets, we have the CSS. In the style, that CSS, let's start working on the login. So I'm going to add here a comment first. I'm going to say here login, and first we need to work on. Remember, we have in the login we have the login. I believe we have the login form. So I'm going to start with the login form. I'm going to say here hashtag login form. So for the login form itself, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the width. I'm going to say width 50% because I want the form to take only this area. I want it to be centered and I want the login form to be small, and I don't want it to take the complete screen width. Therefore, I'm going to say here width 50%. Next, I'm going to say margin 5px auto. This is going to center the form. Next, I'm going to say text align center. But I think we already have given the entire. We didn't. So this text center was for the login, so it's not. So this we need to add this text align center. Next, we need to say padding. We need to add padding. Padding is going to give it a good spaces from the from all sides. I'm going to say 20px. Lastly, I'm going to say border top. I'm going to add border top to it of 1px solid, 1px solid orange. So the orange color that I have been using was this one. Let me now save and let's see how this looks like. So as you can see now, it's much smaller and it's being displayed in the middle. Now let's work on the rest of the form. So in the form itself, we have the inputs. So for the inputs, I'm going to say here, I'm going to say login, login form, and then I'm going to access the inputs. For the inputs, for the inputs, I want also the size to be 50%. I'm going to say 50% because as you can see, the inputs are extraordinary big. They are extraordinary big, and we don't want that. I just want them to be extremely small. There is no need to display an email or password field with this huge width. It must be small. So this is for the input, and also we need to add some margins. So I'm going to add here margin 5px top and bottom and auto left and right. The next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the login button design. I'm going to say login form and then login button, login btn. So for the login button, I want the login to have the orange color. I'm going to say background color, background color. So the background color is going to be the orange color, and the color itself is going to be white. The color of the text is going to be white. I'm going to say color and then this color. Similarly for the register, we want the reverse. For the register, I'm going to say here login form, and then I want the register URL. For the register URL, I just want the text to be orange. So I'm going to say color orange, color this color, which is the orange color. Let's now save and let me show you how this would look like. So as you can see now, it looks outstanding. Now the form is not extraordinary big. It's much smaller and it looks amazing. The user doesn't have to fill a huge input. It's just enough for the email and for the password. Also the button fits perfectly with the width of the inputs. Also we have the don't have account button, which looks amazing. It shouldn't be displayed as a button. It should be a link like this, where the color is different but the background is nothing. The background is just white, like the background color of the website itself. And we also have here login, which is being displayed at the top, which is also important to let the user know that this is the login page. So now we have the login page complete. So now what we need to do is that we need to work on the registration form. And the good news is that we don't need to repeat a lot of things, because we already have the login form and we can use the login form and edit that login form to create a registration form. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here a new file called register.html, and I'm going to copy the entire code from the login. So from the login, I'm going to copy this code, the entire page, and then I'm going to paste it in the register. However, we need to edit many things. First, let me save everything. And let me head on over to the browser, and here I'm going to say register.html. If I say register.html, it's going to display the login form. So we need to change this login form to be the registration form. So here, instead of saying login, I'm going to say register. And then I'm going to give it here, first I'm going to change the login to register. I'm going to say register. And for the registration form, we need first to change the ID. So the form is going to be register form or registration form. Let's say register form, just for the sake of keeping the word small and short. So here for the registration form, we need an email, we need a password, we need confirmation for the password, and we also need the user name. Therefore, I'm going to copy the email, and then I'm going to paste it above. But instead of saying email, I'm going to say name. So this is going to be the name. And I'm going to say the input type text, the class is form control, the ID is going to be register name, and the name is going to be name. The placeholder is name. The second input is email, and then here type text, class form control, and then ID is register email. The name is email, and the placeholder is email. The third input is the password. The only thing that we need to change is here the ID. So the ID is going to be register password. We also need to copy the password, and then we need to paste it below it. And we need to say, instead of password, I'm going to say confirm or password confirmation. I'm going to say confirm password. Confirm password. So the type is password. The class is form control. The ID is register confirm password. Confirm password. The name is confirm password or password confirmation. Let's say confirm password. I'm going to say confirm password, and the placeholder is confirm password. Now the tricky part is the button. The button is going to say register, and the ID is register button, register btn. On the other hand, the link is going to say login URL, and here I'm going to say here, do you have an account? Do you have an account? And then login. So if the user has an account, then they can log in. Let me save and let me show you how this would look like in the browser. So as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. However, we need to fix the design and make it look like the login form. As you can see, the login form looks like this, which looks amazing. We need to replicate this and apply the same design to the register or the registration form. So I'm going to head on over to CSS. We have the style.css, and then I'm going to add here a comment. I'm going to say register, and then let's start with the registration form. I'm going to say register form. So the design is going to be similar to the login. Therefore, there is no need to type the code again. We can copy the code from here. We can copy this code and paste it here. And let me save. And let me show you how this would look like. So now, as you can see, it looks like this. Now we need to work on the other elements. So the other elements are the buttons and the inputs. So for the inputs, we need to say register form input, and the code would be the same as the input that we had in the login. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. Next, we need to work on the login button and the we need to work on the registration button and also the login URL. So here we need to say register form, and then we have here this register btn. So I'm going to say here register btn, and the code is going to be similar to this. We can copy this code. And lastly we have the login. We have the login URL, which has an ID called login URL. So for the login URL, I'm just going to say register form login URL. And the code again is just this line of code. It's just the color. The color is orange. And we will be good to go. So let me save and let's see how this would look like. So as you can see, it looks extraordinarily amazing. And we have the design that looks just similar, if not exact, to the login. So the login, this is the login, and this is the registration. They are the same, and they just look amazing, and the elements aligned perfectly, especially the registration button. It's aligned perfectly with the inputs. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the account page. So I'm going to create a new file called account. I'm going to create a new file called account.html. And in this account, we need to get a code that we already have from the login. So I'm going to get the complete code from the login because the code is going to be, the structure is going to be the same except for the content. So let me first save and let's go to the account page. So now I'm going to say here account.html and it's going to display the login page. So we need now to work on the account page. So first I'm going to remove here the content from the account page. So here from the account page we have this area that says section. We need to actually remove pretty much everything. Let's remove everything and start over. So I'm going to remove everything. I'm just going to keep the section because we need the section. And here instead of login I'm going to say account. So we have the section, and the section will have the margin top and bottom 5 and padding top and bottom 5. Now inside the section we need a div as usual, and I'm going to give this div a class, and that class is going to be the container and a raw. I'm going to say raw and I'm going to say container, and I'm going to also say container, and I'm going to also say margin auto, margin X auto, margin right and left auto. The reason why I said here raw is because I'm going to divide the page into two columns. The left column is going to display information about is going to display the account information of the user. On the right side I'm going to display a form that would allow the user to edit their email, to change their email. Therefore I said here raw. So inside that row we need two columns. So I'm going to create the first column. I'm going to say here div, and then I'm going to give this div a class. I'm going to say class, and then I'm going to say first I'm going to center the text. I'm going to say text center, and I'm going to give this div margin top 3, and also margin and also padding top 5. And we need to specify the number of columns. So I'm going to divide the page into two equal columns. So I'm going to say column large 6 and column MD12 and column for small screens column SM12. So in case the screen is large, the page is going to be divided into two columns. In case the page is medium or small, there will only be one column. And then I'm going to display the here inside that div. I'm going to say account here. First I'm going to display HR, and then I'm going to display the, let me say here class MX auto, and then I'm going to display the H2 to display the account information. So above this H2, above this HR, I'm going to say H2 or H3, let's say H3, and I'm going to give this a class, and the class is going to be font weight bold. and I'm gonna say here account info. Let me save and let me show you this in the browsers. Now we have here on the left side we have account info. So let's display here below this HR, let's display information. So below this HR, I'm going to create another div. I'm going to say here div, and I'm gonna here give this div a class called account info. And inside that div, I'm gonna display the name and the email and buttons. First, I'm gonna display a name. I'm gonna say here p name, and I'm gonna create a span here, span that displays the name. And below it, I'm gonna display the email. I'm gonna say here p, and then email, and then email here. So below the name and the email, I'm going to display two links here. I'm going to say p, and then I'm going to display a tag. And in this a tag, first I'm going to give it a ref, and I'm going to keep it empty for now, and I'm going to give it an ID. So the ID is going to be order button. So this order button. This order button is going to take the user to the order section, and I'm going to say here your orders. And below I'm going to display another p tag with a tag. So the second one so the second one would log the user out. I'm going to say log out. And let's also here give it href, an empty href, and the ID is just going to be log out button. Now let me save and let me show you how this would look like. So as you can see, we have the name, the email, the two buttons. Now we need to work on the right side area where I'm going to display a form that's going to allow the user to edit their email, their password. So below this div, but inside the row, we need to be inside this row, we need to create a div here, and we need to say class, and then we need to specify the number of columns that we want. So I'm gonna say column lar6 and column md12 and column sm12, and this is for this div. Inside this div we need to display the form itself. So I'm gonna say form, and for the form I'm gonna give it an ID. The ID would be account form, and inside the form I'm going to say h3, and then I'm going to say change password. Below it I'm going to just display the HR, and I'm going to say class mx auto. Below this I'm going to display the inputs that we want. So we need two inputs, so I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to give it a class. So the class is going to be just form group, and inside it we need a label and input. So for the label I'm just going to say password. Below this label we need an input. So I'm going to say input, and I'm going to say type password, and class form control, and we need an ID, and also we need a name. So the ID is just going to be the ID is just going to be account password, and I'm going to also say place folder password, and we need a name. I'm going to say name password, and finally required. Let me save and show you how this would look like. So as you can see, we have this form, but we need to fix the margins. So at the top, we actually have a problem because the form, when I work on the account form, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this problem. But for now, let's continue. So I'm going to just copy this div and then paste it below because we need to confirm the new password. So I'm going to say here, password. So here I'm going to say confirm password. And then I'm going to say here type password and then form control, account password, confirm, and here password, confirm password, confirm password. So this is for the second input. Next, we need to display the button that's gonna change the password. So I'm gonna again say dev form class form group, and inside it we need input, and again we need the type is gonna be submit, type submit, and value change password, and we need ID and class btn ID change pass btn, and that's it. Let me save and let me show you this in the browser. So here we have two more inputs and we have a button. Let's work on the design. So for the design, I'm gonna head on over to CSS. So in the CSS, first here, CSS, and then in the CSS, we need to start with the account that we created. So we have, in the CSS, we have the account form. So here I'm going to say account So for the account, we first need to say account form. So for the account form, I'm going to change the width. So the width is going to be 50%, and the margin is going to be 35px auto, and text align center, and padding 20px. Let me save and let me check this in the browser. So as you can see, it looks now better. Let's also work on the inputs. So I'm going to say account form input. So for the inputs, we need just to change the margins. So the margin is just going to be 5px auto. And for the buttons, we have account form. We have the change password button. Change pass button. So for the change pass button, we just need to change the color and the background color. The color is just going to be white, and the background color would be orange. We need to keep the same brand colors. We shouldn't be using other colors because we need to focus on having a consistent website colors. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the account form. We need to work on the orders button. I'm going to say orders button, and also the log out button. Log out button. So for these two buttons, we just need to change the color itself. So the color is going to be the orange color, and the text decoration none. let me save and let me show you how outstanding this is. So now we have the logout and we have the orders. So for the orders, we have a problem. Actually, we need to make sure that we have given this button orders, not order, orders. Now if I refresh, it's gonna say it's gonna fix it. It didn't fix it, so we still have a problem here. Orders btn, and here orders btn account form. So it's not it's inside the account info. So we need to say here account, not account form. We need to say account info. But the account info is actually a class, so we need to say dot account info, and this should fix it. So now we have the order, your orders, and we have the logout. And I think everything now is perfect. So we have now the account complete and also the change password form. So now what we need to do is that we need to display the orders here below the account info and below the change password. So what I'm going to do is that in the cart we already have a code that we can use. So instead of creating the code from scratch, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to close this cart, and then I'm going to copy the cart, and then in the account I'm going to close this account, and then below it I'm going to paste the code. So let me paste it and let me close it, and then let me show you what I'm going to change. First, I'm going to say here orders, and instead of saying here cart, I'm going to say orders. And we need to change many things. First of all, I'm going to remove here this column. I'm going to only display two columns. The first column is going to say product, and the second column is just going to display date. And here I'm going to say your orders. And we don't need all of these things. Instead, we just need, let me remove all of these. Starting from here, I'm just going to keep this TD empty, and I'm going to keep another TD empty. So I don't want to confuse you. Let me here create another TD. So we need two TDs. In the first TD, I'm going to say here dev, and then I'm going to display the image. So I'm going to first give it a class. I'm going to say class, and then I'm going to say product info, and inside it I'm going to display the image. I'm going to say img, and then source, assets, images, featured one, and below the image I'm going to also display here p with a class margin top 3, and I'm going to display the name of the product inside. And this is for the first TD. The second TD, I'm just going to display the date. So I'm going to say here span and any date you want. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and show you how this would look like. So we have here orders, and we have the image, and we have the date. However, we need to work on the design. So let me go back and let me head on over to the cart, to the CSS. And in the CSS, I'm going to create a new section here. I'm going to add a new comment, and I'm going to say orders. And here, the first thing that we need to add for the orders is that we need to work on the orders itself, on the orders ID that we created. So I'm going to say here dot orders dot orders, and then table. We have the orders table. For the table, I'm going to say width 100%, and then the border collapse. Then we want to use this orders and then we need to say product info. So for the product info, we need to change the display to be flex, display flex, and the wrap, flex wrap, flex wrap, wrap. So this is going to fix the image. And then we need to say orders, th. So for the th, I'm going to first change the text align left, and the padding is going to be 5 top and bottom and 10 left and right. And for the color is going to be white, and the background color is orange. Background color orange. Let me show you how this would look like. So now in the browser, let me refresh, and as you can see, this is the bar. The color is white and the background is orange. Next, we want to say that orders td. So for the orders td, I want to change the padding, just the padding. So the padding is going to be 10 px top and bottom and 20 left and right. For the inputs, let me check the cart. We don't have an input, so we remove the input. So there is no need for the input. Next, we need to fix the image. So the image, to fix the image, we need to say that orders td image. So for the image, we need to specify a width and height. So the width 80 px and height also 80 px, and margin right 10 px. Let me save and let me show you how this looks like. So as you can see, this is the account. So we need to remove actually many things. We need to remove this subtotal, and we need to remove these two. So before I continue, let me I need to remove this subtotal. So for this subtotal, remember we have this table. We need to remove this table, and we need to remove the checkout button, and we need to remove this tr, and we need to remove also this tr, and we need to be left only with one tr. Let me save and let me show you that now we will have only one product. So now it looks amazing. The last thing that we need to work on is here. We need to center this orders. We need to center it. So to center it, we can here first say for the HR first, I'm going to say class margin mx auto, and also the text here we need to say text align text center. This should center the text. So the text has been centered. Here it says your orders, and we have the orders, and everything now looks amazing. We just need to decrease the space. So to decrease the space, I'm gonna here change this from 5 to only 2, and this should decrease the space. So as you can see, the space now is smaller, but I think we need to decrease the space further. Actually, I need to decrease this and keep this 5. Let me keep this 5, and let me decrease only the margin top. So if I decrease the margin top will be much smaller, and we can decrease the y here. We can say py3. This will also have an effect on the space here. So as you can see, the space is smaller, and this date we can push it to the right more. So in the style CSS, so here you can say text align center or text align left. Let's say center. If I say center or right, actually instead of left we can say right. So I'm going to remove the left, and then I'm going to say center instead of left. Now it should be displayed on the in the middle. As you can see, it looks now better. Here it's in the middle, or you can say on the right side. and you can apply it only to one element. So instead of applying it to the two elements, we can say here left, but to the second we can say that orders, and then nth child, th, nth child, nth child 2, and then text align right. Now it should fix this problem. So as you can see now, the product should be displayed on the far left side, whereas the date will be displayed on the far right side. And now it looks amazing. So this is the account page where it has now three important elements: the account information, the change password functionality, and the orders that the user made earlier. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the checkout page. So I'm going to create here a new page. I'm going to create here in this area, I'm going to create a new page called checkout.html. And then we need, as usual, we need the header and the footer and the basic code from the index. So I'm going to copy the code from here, and then I'm going to paste it in the checkout, and then I'm going to copy again the footer part, which is this, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then we need the navigation bar as well as the footer. So I'm going to copy the navigation bar first, which is this, and then I'm going to paste it in the checkout, and then I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to get again the footer. I'm going to get the footer, and then I'm going to paste it in the checkout. Now let's work on the checkout page. So the checkout page should contain a form that will let the user check out, fill out the information in order to place the order. So to do this, we need to create a form. So here I'm going to say checkout, check out, and then we need to create a form. So instead of creating the form from scratch, we already have many forms. I'm gonna get a form from the registration page. So from the registration page, remember we have this section. I'm gonna close it, and then I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna just copy it, and then I'm gonna paste it in the checkout here below this checkout. But we need to fix many things. First, we need to change here this register to checkout, and we need also to here to change the ID from register to checkout form. And we need to change also the inputs. So the inputs that we need are the name, the city, the email, the phone number. So I'm going to start with the name. The name is going to be the same, but the ID is going to be here, is going to be checkout name. And the name is name, and here name. The second input that we need is the email. I'm going to say email, and then here checkout email. The third input that we need is the phone number, so I'm going to say phone, and the type is going to be number, or we can say till actually, and the ID is going to be checkout phone. The name is phone, and the placeholder is phone. So this is for the phone number. The fourth input that we need is the city. So for the city, I'm gonna say city, and then type is text. ID is city, checkout city. Name is city. Placeholder is city. Lastly, we need the address. So I'm going to copy the city, and then I'm going to paste it below. And then instead of city, I'm going to say address. And the type is text. The ID is checkout address. The name is address. The placeholder is also address. Lastly, we need the button. So the button is gonna be type submit, class btn, ID checkout button, and the value checkout or placeholder, place order or checkout. And we don't need the last link. I'm gonna remove this last link. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna head on over to CSS, and in CSS I'm gonna do something amazing. I'm gonna create two classes. I'm gonna say here checkout first, and then I'm gonna create two classes. The first class I'm gonna name it checkout small element. And before I create the classes, let me add these classes to the checkout form. I'm gonna give the name here, this name. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give the div itself, not the name, not the input, but the div that contains the input. I'm gonna give it a class called checkout small element. And I'm gonna repeat the same thing for the email, checkout small element. Similarly for the phone. For the city, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna say here checkout small element. Lastly, the address, I'm gonna give it another class called checkout large element. Large element. For the button, I'm gonna give the div that contains the button a class called checkout btn container. And these are IDs, therefore let's work on them. And remember, the big ID that contains all of these is called checkout form. So we need to start with the ID, with this checkout form. So I'm going to say here checkout form, and then I'm going to start with the checkout small element class, this class. And be careful here, the checkout form is an ID, whereas the small element, the checkout small element is a class. So for the small element, for the checkout small element, first I'm going to change the display to be inline block, and the width is going to be only 48%. And below, I'm going to say here margin. I'm going to give them margins. The margin is going to be 10px auto. Let me now save and let me show you how this would do, what this would do to the form. So as you can see, the name and the email will be displayed in the same row, whereas the phone number and the city will be displayed in the same row. Now the address will be alone here, but we still need to work on the class for the address, which is the large checkout form dot checkout small checkout large element. So for the address, and I'm going to give it a width of only 95%, a little less than 100%. Lastly, I'm going to work on the checkout button and the button container. So let's start with the container. I'm going to say checkout form, and then dot checkout button container, checkout btn container. So for the checkout button container, I'm going to first give it a margin of 10px, all dimensions, and text align right, because I want to display the button, and instead of on the left side, on the right side. And I also want to give the button a margin right 40 px to push the button a little to the left side. And for the button itself, I'm going to say checkout form and then checkout button. By the way, this is an ID. So the color, as usual, I'm going to be using the brand colors. The color is white and the background color is orange. Let me save and let me test this in the browser. So we should have now a complete design. So as you can see now, it looks much better. So it looks amazing. The last thing that I want to do is that I want to cut this extra area from here. So here we have the checkout form. So here I have a problem. I should say here checkout form. This is gonna fix it. So if I refresh, the extra area should be removed. As you can see, it has been removed. Or you can increase this a little. So you can say 97%, and this is gonna make it equal to other inputs. So the address is gonna be equal to other almost equal to other other inputs, and the design is responsive. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new page called contact, the contact us page, which would just contain contact information. So I'm going to create a new file called contact.html, and the design is going to be very similar. We just need to display the contact information. So it's not going to contain so many things. So we can just copy the code from the index as usual. This time I'm going to copy the complete code and then I'm going to paste it because I don't want to go back and forth so many times. And then I'm going to delete what needs to be deleted. So I'm going to start from the top and then I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom. The navigation bar, we need the navigation bar. The home section, we don't need this home section. I'm going to remove the home section. The brand, we don't need, of course, this brand section. The new, we don't need this new section. The featured, we don't need the featured, and we don't need the banner either. I'm going to delete these two. The checkout and the watches, I'm going to delete these two as well. And shoes, we need to delete shoes, and we need to keep the footer. So in between the navigation bar and the footer, we just need to create a section that would display the contact information. So I'm going to create a new section here called contact, and it's going to be contact. That's going to be a section. I'm going to say section, and I'm going to give it an ID. And also a class. So the class is, I'm going to give it the container, the bootstrap container class, as well as the my margin top bottom 5 and padding top bottom 5. And in this section, I'm going to display the contact information. But before I display the contact information, I'm going to display the contact us word above the contact information. So I'm going to first create a div which is also going to have the container class as well as the text align center class, because I want to center the text center, and I'm going to give it margin top 5, and inside it I'm going to display here the contact us word inside h3. I'm going to say contact us, and below this contact us, I'm going to display the HR separator, and I'm going to give it the class mxauto. Below this hr, I'm gonna use the paragraph, and I'm gonna give this paragraph a class. That class would be w50, which is gonna display the content in half width, and I'm gonna give it margin right and left auto to center the paragraph. In the paragraph, I'm going to display the contact information. So you can display whatever you want, the way you want your customers to contact you. So you can display, for example, a phone number. It could be a phone number. It could be an email. It could be anything you want. And you can display below it. I'm going to just copy this, and in a new paragraph, I'm going to say email address. And then I'm going to display here text. I'm going to say whatever text you want to display. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser, and let me now head on over to the contact.html page. So in the contact page, as you can see now, it looks outstanding. We have the phone number, we have the email address, and we have this simple text. And it's preferably to display the phone number and the email in a different color, meaning that you can say here span, and then move the phone number over to this span here, inside this span. Similarly with the span here, similarly with the email, I'm gonna move the email, or I'm gonna type the email one more time, and I'm gonna remove this email. And in order to change the color in the CSS, I'm gonna open up the CSS, and in the CSS I'm just gonna say here contact, and then we have the contact ID. I'm gonna say contact and then span. So the color, again the color, I'm gonna use the orange color because I want to keep the color. I just want to use the same brand color for all pages. We don't want to be inconsistent. So as you can see now, the contact information is being displayed in a different color, which is better. Also, the contact us, this could be displayed in orange, but I think black is perfect. So this is the contact us page. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to activate the navigation buttons in all pages. Because if you go, for example, to the shop page, and if you click on contact us, it's not gonna work. And if you go to the home page and click on contact us, it's not gonna work either. So we need to activate the links. So in the index, in the navigation bar, for the home, it's gonna be index.html. For the shop, it's gonna be shop.html. For the blog, if you have a blog, you need to display the link that would take the user to your blog. Usually the blog is hosted outside your website, outside the website. So you need to have a link for it. If you don't, you need to remove this link completely if you don't have a blog. But for now, I'm just gonna keep it here empty. For the contact us, we need to say contact.html. For the home, for this I, we can add here a tag, and then push, and then take this I and display it inside the a tag, and then we can give this a tag href, and then account.html. And for the other icon, for the shopping icon, we need to take the user to the cart page. So I'm going to say here a tag, and then I'm going to say href is equal to cart.html, and then I'm going to copy the li and move it over to the a tag. So the I tag will be inside the a tag. Let me now save everything, and let's head on over to the browser to test. So now in the browser, let me refresh, and as you can see now we are in the home page. If I click on Contact Us, it's going to take us to the Contact Us page. If I go back to the home page, and if I click on Shop, it's going to take me to the Shop page. And again, for the blog, you need to have an external link for the blog. Here for this icon, if I click on it, it's going to take me to the cart page. For this icon, it should take me to the account page. And the home, it's going to take me to the home page. So in order to fix the links in other pages, for example in the Contact Us, you just need to copy. Now all you need to do is that you need to close this navigation bar and copy it, and then replace it here. Instead of this, you can remove now this old navigation bar and paste the new one here in the Contact Us page. And you need to repeat the same thing with all pages so that the navigation bar links would work in all pages. Welcome back. Now it's time to create the database. And in order to create the database, the first step is that you need to make sure that your Apache web server as well as your MySQL database both running. Make sure that they are up and running. And then you need to head on over to the browser, and then you need to type localhost/dashboard, and this is going to take you to the Apache web server, and you will be able to create a database. After you go to this address, localhost/dashboard, you can click on PHP MyAdmin, and here you can create a database. Let's create a database. In order to create a database, you need to click on New here on the left upper side of the website. So here I'm going to click on New, and this is going to allow you to type the name of the database. So here I'm going to type the name of the database. I'm going to name it PHP project. So here I'm going to say PHP_project, and then I'm going to click on Create. After you click on Create, you will find that on the left side a database has been created, and its name is PHP_project. So make sure that it has been created, and if you click on it, it will just here display no tables found in this database because there are no tables, but the database has been created. So now what we need to do is that we need to connect to the database, and in order to connect to the database, we need to create a file that's going to connect us to the database. So here I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name it server, and in this file I'm going to add any code that has any relationship with the server. Any code that connects to the server or gets data from the server or inserts data into the server is going to be here. So in this file, I'm going to create in this folder, I'm going to create a new file called config or connection. Let's say connection.php. So this connection will connect to the database. So first I'm going to add here the PHP code here, and then here in order to connect to the database we need to call a function called MySQLi underscore connect, and this function takes 4 parameters. The first parameter is the host name. The host name is local server, localhost for because I'm currently using the localhost. The second parameter is the username. So the username, in order to get the username, you need to get to the database, and I have already explained this. So the username in your database, if you click on user accounts, you should find so many accounts. So the account that I'm going to be using, since I'm using the localhost, I'm going to be using this one, root localhost, and the password is no. There is no password, and the global privileges is all privileges. So again, the username is root and the password is nothing. So the second parameter is the username. The username is root, and the third parameter is the password. So the password is nothing. So we need to pass here nothing. We need to pass empty quotes. The last parameter is the database name. So the database name, remember the database name is PHP underscore project, this database, PHP underscore project. Therefore, I'm going to pass here PHP underscore project. And I'm going to store this in a variable called con. Con is going to be equal to this. And instead of adding semicolon at the end, I'm going to say here or die. So what this is going to do is that it's going to attempt to connect to the database. Otherwise, it's just going to kill the connection. If we couldn't connect for some reason, any code that goes below this is never going to be executed. So I'm going to say here couldn't connect to database. Pretty simple. So that's it. In order to connect to the database, we just need this line of code, and then we can use this file in any other file that needs connection to the database. Lastly, we need just to click on File and then Save All. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add the tables that we need to the database. So remember the database that I created, which is PHP project, PHP underscore project. So in order to create the tables, you have two options. The first option is to type the name of the table, and then manually you need to type the name of columns and specify all of these things manually, or you can use SQL. So I have here this code that will allow me to create these tables quickly without the need of typing everything. So for example, I have here the products table, which will have the product ID, the product name, the category, etc. We have also orders, order items, users, all of these things. So instead of typing all of these and creating all of these tables manually, I'm gonna copy this this code, and then I'm gonna paste it in the SQL. You need to select first your database, this database, PHP project, and then click on SQL, and then you need to paste the code here. You need to paste that code here, and then click on Go, and this is going to insert these tables. Now, if you click on PHP project, you should find that we have here 4 tables. Let's examine one of them. So I'm going to examine the products. So as you can see, the products table has ID, name, category, description, etc. So this is how you can create a table quickly by using SQL. So now what we need to do is that we need to get these products from the database and display these products here. We need to get them from the database and display them here. And in order to do that, we need to connect to the database and get these products. So here as well, we need to get these products. Here as well, we need to get these products. And to do all of this, the first step is that first you need to make sure that your Apache server is up and running and your database, MySQL database, is up and running. The next step is that we need to convert the index into PHP. So I'm going to rename this file, and this file is no longer going to be index.html. It's going to be index.php. And we no longer can run this file like this. We cannot just open it in the browser like this. Instead, we should, from now on, we need to click on View and then Terminal, and then we need to run the server, because PHP runs only on the server. So we need to say here PHP minus capital S, and then local host, and then colon 8000. So you need to type this command. You need to type this command in the directory of your project. And I'm using here, as you can see, I'm using the terminal that comes with the Visual Studio Code. If you chose to use another terminal, you need to make sure that you are pointing to your project folder. You need to make sure that you are in your project folder. And then here type PHP -s minus capital S, and then localhost colon 8000, and then hit enter. This is going to start a server, and here it says development server, this server started. Now we can copy this line, this URL, localhost colon 8000, and then in the browser, let me close this. We no longer can open this. I'm gonna close this, and then here I'm gonna paste the URL, which is http and then colon / localhost colon 8000. Now if I hit enter, guess what? I'm gonna get the same exact code. But the difference is that now I'm using PHP. Now we are working with the server. So now we are good to go. So this is a very important step that you need to do, which is running your server and going to the server in order to make sure that your server is up and running. And also make sure that you have converted your index.html to index.php. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to fill the products table with some data, with some products. However, it's going to take time. If you want to fill that manually using the insert, you can here click on insert, and then you can manually insert the products. However, this is going to take time, so I'm going to be using SQL. And I have this command. I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to walk you through this command. So this command is going to insert a product into the products table, and what's going to insert is that's going to insert the product name, category, description, image, image 2, image 3, image 4, price, special offer, and color. So the first thing that we need to specify is the name of the product. Here, I'm adding here white shoes. The second thing that we need to fill is the category. The category is shoes. The third is the description. Here I said awesome white shoes. And then the fourth column is product image. So the product image is very important. You need to type the name of the image that you have in your project. So if you have an image that you have added in your project called featured one, for example, that JPEG, you need to name that image here. You need to pass that image here whenever you are adding a new product. The product image 2 and 3 and 4 are different images that belong to the same product. So for example, if you want to take different images for the same product from other sites to show the user all sides of the product, you can here specify these. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to just pass the same exact image for image 2, 3, and 4. And then we have the product price. The price is here $155. And then the product special offer. The special offer is going to be a number. So if 0, it means that this product is not there is no sale on this product and there is no special offer. So 0, it means nothing. If you want, for example, 30% discount, you can here say 30. But I'm going to say 0 because there is no special offer. The last column is color. So the color is white. And then you can just click on go, and this is going to insert the first product. Now if I click on PHP project, and now if I go to the products table, I should find one product. As you can see, I have now one product, white shoes. And you can repeat the same thing. You just need to click on SQL and then type the same exact command, but you need to change data. You need to change, of course, the product name, category, description, image, price, special offer, and color. And again, the image is important. You need to make sure that you have this image in your project, and you need to make sure that the image here matches the name of the image that you have in your project. And as for the ID of the product will be given automatically. So for example here, if you insert a new product into the products table, you'll find that the ID will increase automatically by the database. So don't worry about the ID. The ID will be given to each product you insert automatically, which is awesome. because you don't have to worry about the product ID. And the product ID, of course, is very important because the product ID is the only thing that is unique. Because you could have two products that have the same name, but the ID must be different. So now what we need to do is that we need to connect to the database and get these products. And to do that, we need to create a new file here in the server. I'm going to click on the server and then I'm going to create a new file called get featured products.php. And then this get featured products must connect to the database. Therefore, we need to say PHP, and then we need to say here include, and then we need to include the connection.php. And now we need to create an HTML, we need to create an HTTP query or SQL query that's going to connect to the database and get these products. And to do this, I'm going to here say con, because now we included this connection, and this connection has a variable called con, which connects to the database. So here I said con, and then I'm going to call a function called prepare, and then here goes our SQL query. So here what I'm going to pass is that I'm going to say select, because we need to get select all, we need to get all from products, and here we need to say semicolon. So this is going to get all the products, but we need to get only 4 products. We need to get here 4 products. Therefore, I'm going to say limit 4. We need only 4 products. And then I'm going to store this in a variable called stmt, statement. And then I'm going to say here statement, and then we don't need to pass anything. So all we need to do is to execute this query. So to execute this query, we need to say stmt, and then execute, and then semicolon. And then finally, we need to return this to the caller or store it in a variable. So I'm going to store this in a variable after saying here stmt and then get result. And then I'm going to store the variable in I'm going to store the result in a variable called featured underscore products. So this is the featured products. And we can use this in the index. So let me click on file and then save all. Now we need to include this get featured. By the way, I have here a spelling mistake. Let me rename this file get featured products. So make sure that you don't have any typos or spelling mistakes. Again here, featured products. Now we can include the get featured products in the index and get these products. But we need to find where the featured products are. So the featured products are here. And if I open this, you'll find that we have here 4 products hard-coded, and we don't want that. Instead, we need to remove all products and keep only one code, and then we can repeat that using a loop. This is where the power of PHP comes in. The power of PHP is that you don't have to repeat your code. You can type the code once and repeat it using a loop. Let me show you what I'm going to do. So we need to find where is the first product. So the first product is this, and it ends, I think this is the end. So this is the first product. Therefore, we need to delete other products. So I'm going to delete the second product. This is the second product. Let me remove it. Let me remove the third product, which is this. Let me remove also the last product. And you need to be very, very careful while removing. You wouldn't want to remove something you need. And here, let me add space. Here, this is the product. let me save and let me make sure that I didn't break my code. So let me here refresh and show you that now we should have only one block. We have only one product. Now we can use PHP to repeat the product, because this get featured products will return the products, will return all of the products from the database. So to get all of the products, we need here to say PHP, we need to open a PHP tag, and then we need to include, and what we want to include is that we need to include the featured. So the get featured products is inside a file called server, and then / get featured products. So this is going to import this file. Now this file has a variable called featured products, and this featured products is an array. This is an array, so we can loop over this array here. Here I'm going to open a PHP tag, and then I'm going to say here, I'm going to close it first, and then I'm going to say while raw is equal to get featured products. Featured products. And then we need to call a function called fetch as source. And then we need to open a curly bracket. Just open, don't close it, just open it. And then at the end we need to close it. We need to say PHP, and then we need to close it. Close the curly bracket. In between, we need now to display the products. So instead of displaying the hard-coded code here, text, we can remove this now, and then we can here say PHP, and then PHP, and then in between we can say echo, and then echo what? Echo raw, and then semicolon, and the name of the column that contains the name of the product. So the name of the column is products, product name, remember? Product name, product category, description, image. So we need to say product underscore name. For the price, we need to say here, we need to keep the $sign, and then we need to say PHP, and then PHP, and then echo raw product price. And for the image here, the image, we need to say here / PHP echo raw product image, and then semicolon, and that's it. So we have the product. Let me make sure that we have everything. We have the image, the name, and the price. So let me now save, and let me make sure that I don't have anything wrong. Let me now test. So let me here refresh, and as you can see, I'm gonna get the same exact products here, but the difference is now I got the products from the database. I'm not getting the products from hard-coded text. I'm getting the products from the database by using this loop. As you can see how powerful this is, because I'm just using a loop, and that loop will keep displaying the new products over and over and over again without the need of typing these things. So as you can see now, we have these products being displayed here. So now what we need to do is that we need to work on this section. So this section has these codes, and we need to get the codes from the database. So in order to get the codes, we need to create a new file here in the server called get underscore codes. .php. And the code is going to be similar to the featured products, but there will be something different and important as well. So the difference is that here we need to select all from products, limit for. However, we need to say here where, and then we need to add a condition. So we don't want to get all products. We need to get only codes. So we need to say where category category is equal to codes. So we need to say category is equal to codes. This is very important. And we are good to go. That's it. We need to limit to 4. Limit to 4 because we have only here 4. We can only display here 4. And finally, we need to say here codes products. Codes. That's it. Very, very simple. Now in the index, we need to look for the clothes. I think the clothes has the codes. So we have the dresses and codes. We need to do the same as we did with the featured products. We need to remove all products and keep only one. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna keep this product and remove the other four, the other 3. So I'm gonna remove this and this and this. So we should have now only one product. So I'm gonna add here space. I'm gonna add here space to show you that this is the product. Let me save. Let me make sure that my code is not broken. So my code is fine. So we have only one product. Now we need to include here, we need to say PHP and then include, and we need to include, what do we need to include? We need to include the server / get codes. And we need to do the same. We need to add a loop here, PHP, and then while only open the curly bracket, and then here you need to close the curly bracket at the bottom, PHP, and then curly bracket, while raw is equal to the, remember the name of the variable is codes products. Codes products. And then I'm going to call a function called fetch a source. That's it. Now we need to replace this with the image first. I'm going to say here PHP and then echo, and we need to echo the raw product image, product underscore image, and then semicolon. For the name we need to say PHP again, and then echo raw product name, price, PHP, echo product price. That's it. Pretty simple. Let me save and let me refresh and show you how this is gonna look like. By the way, I will get nothing, and I'm gonna explain why I'm gonna get nothing. Let me refresh, and if I get nothing, as you can see, I got nothing. Even I got an error. I have here an error on line 8. Here it says uncaught error, call to member boolean on. Yes, this error is because I got nothing. Why did I get nothing? Because I don't have any codes in the database. I'm telling my database, hey, my database, I want you to return me all codes from the database. But I don't have any cards in the database. And I did this intentionally to show you how to add a product if you don't have a product and you want to get it. So we need to add here a product. So I'm going to click on SQL, and then I'm going to, let's use the insert this time because I have already used the SQL. Let me here say insert. So the product ID is nothing because as I told you, the product ID will be given by the database. The product name, I'm going to say here, the black coat. Category coats, because we said here return coats. So the category here must be coats. Product description, black coat for men, let's say. Product image, the first coat had an image called clothes1.jpg. Again, this must clothes1. Again, this must match the name of the image that you have in your project. The image 2 is just going to be clothes. Let me make sure that I have the image. So the image is in the assets, images, clothes 1, clothes 1. So the image 2 is going to be clothes 1, 3 clothes 1 because I don't have other images. And the price is, let's say, 150. The special offer is nothing, 0. The product color, I'm going to say black. And then I'm going to click on go. This should insert a new product. So now I'm going to get, as you can see, row inserted. Let me now refresh. And the error should, I think the error should be gone, but we still have this error. And the reason for this error is because here I said where category. I should actually say where product underscore category, because remember the column, it's very important to check, double check, because usually you will make a mistake like this. So the column was not category. The column was product underscore category. So here it must be product underscore category. Category is equal to cots. So the spelling is very important. If you get this wrong, it's not gonna work. Let me click on file and then save all, and let's make sure that it works. So as you can see now, it's gonna return the product from the database. So it works successfully. And since we only have one code, it's going to return one code. Let me prove that to you. So if I insert another code quickly, let me insert one quickly here. I'm going to say blue code. And then here I'm going to say codes. And then here I'm going to say blue code. And here I'm going to say image clothes 2. And then lastly clothes 2, and here clothes 2, and the price is 200. Special offer, nothing. And then I'm going to click on go, and this is going to insert a new product. So we have a new product. Let me now refresh and prove that to you. So if I refresh, we should get here a new product. So it works successfully. So this is how it works. This is how we can get products and insert products into the database, and make sure again pay attention to these small mistakes that you could make, such as here product underscore category, and the name of the image. The name of the image is critical, otherwise you are not going to get the image. Welcome back. Now what I need to do is that I need to take the user to the single product page whenever they click on buy now. So for example, if the user is interested in buying this bag, then they would click on buy now. And by clicking on buy now, we want to take them to the single product page where we will display only that specific product and more information about that product. And from there, they can add it to cart. So the first step is that we need to convert the single product page into PHP. So I'm gonna here rename this file, and then I'm gonna say single product.php. So the file is no longer an HTML file. So now this single product.php is obviously a PHP file. The second step is that we need to add link to the button. So this button, I'm gonna add a tag, and I'm gonna surround it with a tag. So I'm gonna copy the a tag. I'm gonna copy the button, and then I'm gonna paste it inside the a tag. And then I'm gonna give this a tag href. I'm gonna say href. So the href is gonna be equal to single underscore product .php. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and let me click on one of these buttons. So if I click on buy button, it should take me to the single product. But if I click on the second product, it's going to take me to the same exact page, and it's going to display the first product. And if I click on the third product, it's going to take me to the same page, and it's going to display the first product. And obviously this is not dynamic because we are displaying now a static code. So we need to make the process dynamic, and then we need to display the correct product if we click on buy now. So how can we do that? To do that, we need here to say in the href, we need to add here a question mark and then product ID underscore ID is equal to, and then we need to get that ID from PHP. So I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say echo, and then I'm gonna say product raw, and then product ID. Product. Let me close this. Product underscore ID, and then semicolon. So where did I get this product? Where did I get this raw from? This raw is obviously from this loop, and product ID is the ID of the product. Because if you check the database one more time, you will find that the products table, if you go to the products table, you should find that the ID is, the column for the ID is product underscore ID. So again, if I go to the products table, we have product underscore ID. So we can use this product ID. And you can, instead of doing this, which is a little tricky, you can actually copy this and remove it from here, and then you can add it in the echo. So you can add it here, echo, and here double quotes, and then here double quotes, and then dot, and then draw product ID. This is also going to work. So there are two versions. You can use the first version that I have shown you, or this version. Let me save and let me test. So this should take you again to the product ID, to the single product page. So I'm going to click on buy now, and it's going to take me to the product page. But now, guess what? Now in the browser we have here the product ID in the URL. So why did I pass the product ID? The reason is because by passing the product ID, I will be able to get the correct product information and display the product here. So if I click on the second product, I should here get product ID is equal to 2. If I click on the third product, it's going to say here product ID is equal to 3. So now it worked, and the next step is that we need to use this product ID to get the product information and display product information instead of displaying the static code. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to head on over to the single product.php, and in the single product.php we have access to the product ID. We have access to the product ID. So at the top, at the very top, before the HTML code, we need to add here PHP. Before the HTML, we need to add PHP, and then we need to get first here, we need to get the product ID. So the product ID is stored in a get, in the get request. So we first need to make sure that we have the product ID. So I'm going to say if statement, I'm going to say here if is set get and then product ID, product underscore ID. So if we have the product ID, remember the parameter, the get parameter is product underscore ID. Therefore here we need to say if is set get product ID, then we can now make a request to the database and get the product ID. Else we need to return back to the home page. So else, if we don't have the product ID, we need to say header location, and then header location index.php. We need to go back to the home page. So let me test. So if I go to the single product without, as you can see, without specifying the product ID, if I try again single underscore product, if I try to go to the single product without specifying an ID, it's going to take me to the home page because we don't have a product. So this is no product ID was given. So we need to get the product ID. In case we have the product ID, we need to make a request. So I'm going to copy a code from the server get featured products. We have this code, so I'm going to copy this code and then I'm going to paste it here because it's going to be the same, but it's going to be a little different. So here we need to say, let me push this first. Here I'm going to say con prepare select all from products, but we don't need to say, we need to say actually limit 1 because we need only one product. But before limit, we need to say where product ID is equal to question mark, and the limit now is not important because the product ID is unique, so there is no need to say limit product ID. Now we need to say statement stmt, and then we need to say bind underscore params, and then we need to pass here the type. The type is integer, and the second parameter is the ID. So we need to create here a variable called product ID, product underscore ID. So the product ID is going to be equal to get product ID, product ID, and then we need to say, we need to pass it here, product ID, and here it should be bind param, not params, bind param. So make sure that the spelling is correct. And let's also use the MySQL and that's it. Now we need to say product. Here it's going to be not products, it's going to be only product, and then get result, statement get result. And we can use this product now in the bottom. Let me instead of displaying the product is here, So the product here, single product. So here, instead of displaying the image like this, I'm going to remove this image, and then I'm going to say here PHP, and then PHP. But before I forgot something important, which is the while. So we need to say here while, and then actually we need first PHP, and then while. Let me give myself some space and show you how this is gonna look like. While, and then while, and then only one single curly bracket, and then while raw is equal to product fetch a sauce, fetch a sauce, and then at the end of this the end of this div. So here this div, this is the end. So here we need to say PHP, close the curly bracket, and then close the PHP angular bracket. And then here we need to say PHP and then echo, and then what we need to echo is that we need to echo the raw with the product image. Product underscore image. And I'm going to explain something very important here, by the way. That's fine. So I'm going to explain something important here. You might be wondering why we have a while loop, but even though we have a one single product, the reason is because this is going to return an array. So this is going to return an array, but in this case, this array will contain only one single product. Therefore, we need to loop over the array, but we will loop over one single product. So don't worry about this. Even though this is an array, there will only be one product. For the small images, we need to display the small images. So here, for example, here we have an error, so I cannot test now. Let me finish first. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to repeat the same code. So I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to paste it here. But in the first, we need to say product underscore image, just image. In the second, we need to say PHP echo raw product image 2, product image 2, because we have, remember, the columns are image, product image 2, product image 3, and product image 4. So we have here product image 2, and then here we need to say echo product image 3, and lastly product image 4. And for the product information, we have the product name is I think the product name is this one, product name, and here the product price. So let's display the product price. Here I'm going to say echo product price. And here we need to say echo product name. And instead of these paragraphs, I'm going to say echo and then product description. And we are good to go. Let me save and let me. By the way, I have here an error. I should get this here, the closing curly bracket, and then add it here. I should add it here. I have a problem. It should be here because the raw should be inside the loop. So make sure that this curly bracket after we are done. Let me now save and let's test. Let me save and now let me go back and test. So I'm going to refresh first, and then I'm going to click on one of these products. Let's click on the first one, and we have an error here. It says gone, undefined variable. So the reason is because at the top we forgot a very important thing, which is include the connection. Remember, we need to say server /connection. Let me save and let me test one more time. So now we should have the product. So if I refresh, as you can see, I'm going to get this product, and I'm going to get the same four images. The reason is because I don't have other images. I have only the same exact image, but if you add other images, they will be displayed here. And the information is correct. So white shoes, 155, product details, awesome white shoes. Let's make sure that everything is working. Let me click on the second product. So if you click on the second product, it's going to display again the green bag, 155, and everything is fine. Let me check the third one here, black bag, 250, awesome black bag. So it works successfully, and now we know how to get to a specific to a single product page with that specific product. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to add the product to the cart. So for example, if the user goes to this product and wants to add this product to the cart and clicks on add to cart, nothing is going to happen, and we need to activate this button. So to activate this button, we need to take data from here and insert it into the cart and store it into the cart. And to do this, we need to use sessions. So what I'm going to do is that here we have this single product page which displays this page. And in order to store that in the cart, once the user clicks on add to cart, we need, as I told you, we need to use the session. So we need to go to the cart page. This is the cart page. And let me show you the cart page. So let me go to the cart page first. I'm going to go to the cart.html. And in the cart page, we need to display this product. So for example, if I click on add to cart, we need to take the user to this cart page and display the product that they have added to the cart. And all of this will be done in the cart.html. But first we need to convert this cart.php into cart.html into PHP. So I'm going to change the name, the extension from HTML to cart.php. And then this cart at the top, I'm going to add a PHP code. Here at the top, I'm going to add here PHP code. But before I work on the code here, we need to work on the code in the single product.php. But before working on the cart, we need to work on the single product.php, because in the single product, we need to take the product from here all the way to the cart. So in the single product, remember we have the product information here. And in order to transfer the product information from here, we need to add a form. But this form is going to be hidden. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to look for the loop. Where is the loop? Here is the loop. So I'm going to create here a form. I'm going to say here form which should contain the image. So I'm going to start the form from here. The form is going to start from here. I'm going to say form, and then I'm going to close the form just above this curly bracket. And then this form will take first a method, and the method is going to be post and action. So the action is going to be the cart. So I'm going to say cart.php. And we need to pass the following. First, the image. So in order to pass the image, we need here to create inputs. So I'm going to create hidden inputs with the data that I want to pass. So I'm going to say here input, and that input type is hidden. I'm going to say hidden, and I'm going to say name. The name is going to be image. Let's say image, product image. I'm going to say product image, and product image, and I'm going to say value. The value is very important. We need to store the value. So the value is going to be equal to the image. So I'm going to copy this. The value is this. And below we need to create another input, I'm going to say input, and then I'm going to say type, and the type is going to be again hidden, and the name is going to be, we need to pass the in the cart we only need one image, we don't need all of the images, so we need the image, we need the product name and the price and the description. Let me check one more time. So here we need the we don't need the description, we actually need the name and the price. So the name here, I'm going to say name, product underscore name, and then the value. So the value is here PHP, and instead of repeating this code, let me copy the code. Let me paste it here, and then I'm gonna just change. I'm just going to change here product name. Third, we need another input, so I'm gonna copy this input now. There is no need to repeat this, and then I'm gonna paste it below, and we need the price, product underscore price, product price. And let me check one more time, what else do we need? So we need the name, the image, the price, the quantity. So we need the quantity. So the quantity, we can get the quantity. Remember here, this is the quantity. So the quantity exists here. The quantity is tricky because the quantity is here. This is the input for the quantity. So the quantity is the only one that's not going to be hidden. So we need to say input here, and then type, and then the value. The value is initially 1, and I'm going to say here name, and the name is going to be product quantity, and the value is going to be here 1, and if the user changes the quantity, it's going to be changed. So we don't need to use PHP for it. So this is for the quantity. What else do we want? We don't want anything else. I think we are good to go. So again, we need the image, we need the quantity, we need the name, and then we need the price, and finally we need the button. So we need to activate the button. So this is the button. This button, we need to use input for this button, or say we can say here type submit. You can say type submit, and we need to give it a name as well. I'm going to say name, and the name is let's say product. Let's say add to cart. Add to cart. And let me save, and let me now head on over to the browser, and let me go back, and let me click on this buy now. But as you can see, you will find nothing here, and the component will be displayed below, and this is a problem. So to fix this problem, we need to copy the form. We need to copy the form, and then we need to remove it from here, and then we need to display the form here. We need to display the form only here. Here, I'm going to paste the form, and then I'm going to close the form here. I'm going to close the form here, and then I'm going to remove this form from here. I'm going to remove this closing tag. So the form, let me fix everything so that everything becomes clear. Let me also add this button. I'm going to add it, and then I'm going to display it here. So let me now fix everything and walk you through the code one more time. So what I did is that I just added a form with hidden inputs, and only 2 inputs that will be displayed, the add to cart and the quantity. That's it. Here, this is the form. And then I'm going to click on file and then save all. And now let me refresh, and this should fix it. So let me here show you. So as you can see, now it fixed the form. Now if I click on add to cart, it's going to take me to the cart page. But we need now to fetch the data from the post parameter, because data now has been stored in the post parameter of PHP. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to get the data from the form and use it in the cart. But before I do so, I need also to pass another input. I need to pass the ID, the product ID. So I'm going to create another input here, and I'm going to say type hidden and the name, and the name is product ID, and I'm going to say value, and the value is as usual PHP, and then echo, and then raw, and then semicolon, and then product ID. That's it. And don't forget here to close this tag, and we are good to go. Now in the cart, the most important part is here. Here, before we display the cart, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to get the data from the single page, because when you click on add to cart, we will take the user to the cart, but we need first to display the data here, to display the products that the user, or the product that the user added to the cart. We need to get it from the single product .php. So here, before we do anything, we need to use the session to do this. So I'm going to start by saying here session start, and then we need to check whether the post parameter is empty or not. So we need to use the sset function, and this sset function is going to check whether the user came to this page using the form or not. So I'm going to say here add underscore to cart, and then here else. So this basically this is set post add to cart is going to check whether the user clicked on add to cart button or not. If user clicked on add to cart, then we need to move on and continue with the code. Else, it means that the user tried to get to the cart page from somewhere else, and we don't. At this point, we need to probably take the user to the previous page or do something else. So in this case, we need to do something else. Maybe take the user to another page, or maybe we can take the user to the old page or the index. We can say location index.php. So here, after we made sure that the user came to this page by clicking on this button, this button, we need now to check the session. So I'm going to say if session if is set session, and then I'm going to create a session called shopping cart, or let's say just cart for the sake of simplicity. I'm going to say cart. If session cart is, if we have a cart, if the user has already added something to the cart before, then we need just to add more to this cart. Else it means that the user it means that this is the first product that the user is attempting to add to the cart. So here I'm going to say if this is the first product, and here if user has already added a product to cart. So if user has already added something to cart, it means that the cart is not empty. If this is the first product, then we need to add it to cart as the first product. So here, the first product, the code is going to be like this. First, we need to create the session from scratch, because this is the first product. So we need here to say we need to get the data from the post request. So to get the data from the post request, we can say post, and then remember the parameters that we passed are product ID, image, name, and price. So we need to say here product underscore ID, and it's going to be equal to product ID. So product ID is going to be equal to this. And then we need to repeat the same thing for other parameters. So I'm going to copy this and paste it 3 times. Here, and here, and here. So we need product ID, we need product name, we need product price, we need product image, and we need product, I think, quantity. Product name, quantity. Quantity. And then I'm going to store these in variables. So I'm going to here create a variable called product name is equal to this. And then product price is equal to this. And then product image is equal to this. And lastly, product quantity is equal to this. Now we need to add these parameters in a single array. So I'm going to create here an array called product array. And then I'm going to say it's going to be equal to array with these keys. So we need to say product. Let me add this in a new line. First semicolon and then in a new line. So that you see the structure. I want you to recognize the structure. I'm going to say product ID is going to be equal to the product ID. And then comma, and then the product name. Product name is equal to product name. And then comma, and then product price is equal to the price. And then product image is equal to the image. And then product quantity, product quantity is equal to the product quantity. So we have all of these. Finally, we need to add this array to the session. So what I did is that I took the data from the single page, fetched them here from the post request, and then added them to separate and individual parameters, and then I collected them using this array, and then I'm going to add this array now to the session. So I'm going to create a session here. I'm going to say session with a key called cart, and in order to recognize this product, we need to give this array a unique ID. And to give this array a unique ID, we can use the product ID. So I'm going to say here, product ID is going to be equal to the product array. So let me explain this. I know that this is confusing right now. Now, what I did here is that I created a session, and that session is an array. So this session, let me show you the structure. So the structure is going to be, this session can store anything. So it's going to, in this case, this session is going to store an array. And in this array, we have another array, which is this product array. But this product array, in order to recognize this product array, we need to give it a unique ID. So the ID is going to be the product ID. So for example, if the product ID is 2, then I'm going to store 2 with the product ID. So this is the product ID. This is going to represent the product ID. And the key is going to represent the product ID, is going to be the product ID in order to recognize this product ID, in order to recognize this product array. Because if we add more products, we need to also give them unique IDs. So for example, if I add product 3, I'm going to say 3 is equal to another array. And then if I add another product to the cart, I'm going to say, for example, 5 is equal to another array. So each array that I'm going to add to the cart must have a unique ID. And this is the structure of the array, of the session array. So the session array is a big array, and inside it we will have key value pairs, where the key is the product ID and the value is the array itself, is this array that contains the information about that specific product. That way I will be able to recognize and distinguish between products that have been added to the cart. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the if statement, where if user has already added something to the cart. So if user has already added something to the cart, we need to check whether the new product is one of the products that the user has already added to the cart or not. To do this, we need to create a new variable called products underscore array IDs, which is going to return an array with all products that with all product IDs that have been added to the cart, and that can be done using the array column function. If I say array column and if I pass the session to it, session cart, and then if I pass the column that I'm interested in, so the column is the product ID. I'm going to say product ID. This is going to return an array with all products products IDs. So for example, if I added product that has an ID of 2 and 3 and 4 and 10 and 15, then this array is going to return these IDs. And then we need to use if statement to check whether the product has already been added or not. So I'm going to say if that product is not in the array, if in array, and then if in array, if it's not in the array, the product ID, comma, and then products array IDs. Let me explain this. I'm gonna add here curly brackets. So this is gonna check, this if statement is gonna check if product has already been added or not, added to cart or not. How? By comparing. This function in array is gonna try to find if this product ID is one of the product array IDs, is one of the elements of the products array IDs. So if that ID exists within exists in this products array IDs, then we need to tell the user here, we need to say here in this case, product has already been added. Here, if not, then we need to add it to a cart. So here in this if, we need to add it to the cart, and to add that to the cart, we need to create to create an array like this. We need to create a code like this, and add that to the session cart. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste this code here. But I'm going to fix a few things. Let me push this, and then I'm going to fix a few things. First, we need to say product ID is equal to the ID. That's fine. And then we need to pass these here in this array. This is also fine. And finally, we need to add this array. So there is nothing is going to be different. But instead of creating this long code, we can, for the sake of making everything simple, we can insert the post parameters immediately. So we can say here product underscore ID immediately without creating these parameters. So without creating these parameters, because it's just going to take more code. If you don't want to do this, you can use the post request immediately, like this. This is just going to reduce the number of lines we have in our code. So as you can see here, I removed these lines, and now our code is much smaller, much shorter. Now, in case the user has already added this product to cart, we need to tell them. We need to say, for example, echo script. So here I'm going to use the alert of JavaScript, and then I'm going to say product was already added. Product was already added, because at this point the product was already added to cart. So we cannot add the product again to the cart because it is in the cart. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that I'm going to take the user to the home page. So I'm going to say echo, and then again I'm going to use JavaScript. I'm going to say here script, and then inside that script, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say here script, and then inside that script I'm going to say here window.location, and then href. Window, again, make sure that the spelling is correct here. I have a problem. I should say window and then dot location is equal to index is equal to double quotes and then index.php, because the index.php is the home page. And of course, don't forget the semicolon at the end. So here again, let me explain this one more time. Here, if the product is not in the cart, if this particular product is not in the cart, then we add that product in the cart. Else, we tell the user that this product was already added to the cart, and we take them to the home page. So I'm going to click on File and then Save All. And now we are done with this part, which is going to add the product. Again, this is going to add the product to the cart if it doesn't exist. If it hasn't been added to the cart, it's going to add it here. If it's the first product, it's going to initiate the session. If it's not the first product, then it's going to check first whether the product was already added or not. If it was added, then we cannot add that product again. If it has been already added, if it hasn't been already added, then we add that product to cart. So that's it. Very, very simple and straightforward. The next thing that we need to do is that we need to display the product here in the remember in the cart. In this cart, we need to display the. Let me show you that. So if I click here on Buy Now, and if I click on Add to Cart, this is going to add it to the cart. But here, we need to remove these products because these products have been added statically. So we need to remove them from the cart here, from this cart. What we want to do is that we want to remove 2 products and leave only one to be used in order to loop over it and display all products that are in the cart. So let me here remove this. So this TR represents the last product. I'm going to remove this TR, and I'm going to remove also this TR. This TR represents the second product, and I'm going to leave only one TR. So we should have now one TR. Let me first save and make sure that I didn't break my code. Let me here refresh, and let me go to the cart one more time. I'm going to click on Buy Now, and if I click on Add to Cart, as you can see, it's going to say here product was already added to cart. So let me let me let me first disable this. I think we shouldn't add this at all. Let me disable this because we need to go to the card. So I'm gonna comment this out. I'm gonna comment this out, and let me go to, let me click here, buy now, and then I'm gonna click on add to cart, and here it's gonna say product was added to cart, but it's gonna leave me in the cart. Actually, we don't need this code, so let me remove this because we need to stay in the cart. So I'm not gonna take the user to the home page. So now we have only one product in the cart. Now this product has been added statically, and we don't want that. Instead, we want to add the product dynamically. So to do this, I'm gonna go again to the cart. Let me close this down. And here we need to use the session in order to display the products that we have in the cart. And remember that the session contains the session is a loop. The session, again, the structure is that the session is a loop with arrays. So we need to loop over it. So I'm gonna say here above this tr, we need to create a loop here. So here what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna use PHP, and then I'm gonna say here for each, and then I'm gonna use the session cart, session cart, and then as key value. So the key is the product ID. The value is the array. And then I'm going to add here curly bracket. I'm going to open the curly bracket, and then below the tr, I'm going to close the curly bracket. I'm going to here say PHP, and then I'm going to close the curly bracket, and then I'm going to here I'm going to be using the value. So the value is the array. Remember the array that we added to the cart, which is this array in this case and this array in this case. So this array has these keys. It has the product ID, product name, price, image, quantity. So we need to display the product ID, name, price, and quantity. So what I'm going to do is that here in this loop, instead of saying here white shoes, I'm going to remove this white shoes. And I'm going to remove this hard-coded text, and I'm going to use PHP. So I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say echo, and then what we want to echo is that we want to echo the value, and we want to echo what? We want to echo the product underscore name, and then semicolon, because the key for product name is product name. And then we have here the price. We need to say here PHP, and then echo, and we want to echo the value of the product price, and then semicolon. And I'm going to copy this code because it's going to be the same, and then I'm going to paste it here. Instead of saying here, let me check this is the price, and here also we need to display the price, and this is the total price, so we need to work on this later. But what else we want to work on is the quantity. So the quantity is here. So the quantity, we need here to say the quantity here value. I'm going to remove this value, and then I'm going to paste this code, and then I'm going to say product quantity. For the image, remember the image here, assets, images, featured.jpg. I'm going to remove this featured1.jpg, and then I'm going to paste this code, echo value a product image. Let me save, and let me head on over to the browser and test. So let me refresh, and if I refresh, it's going to tell me product was already added to cart. And guess what? It's going to display the product. But this time, this product is not the hard-coded product. It's the dynamic product. And here I have a problem. I should display the name of the product. So here I should say product name. So I have here an issue. I have an issue with product name, and here name. So I have a problem here. In the single product, let me make sure that I passed here I have, I think, a problem. Product name, product price. Here I have a problem. So as you can see here, name should be product underscore price. Product price. So this should be product price. This is why I'm getting here the price instead of the name. So in order to fix this, I'm going to close down my I'm going to close down this tab, and then I'm going to open it again. So as you can see here, it's going to display the product name, and we have no problem. Let me test with another product. So to make sure that this works, I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to go back again, and let's add another product. For example, I'm going to add this product. I'm going to click on Buy Now, and then I'm going to click on Add to Cart. So if I click on Add to Cart, as you can see, it has been added to cart, and now it worked successfully, and we have no problems with this. So the cart now works perfectly. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on this button, the remove button, so that if the user clicks on remove, we need to remove that product completely from the cart. So to do this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here I'm going to add here a form to this button. So here, this button, we need to add a form. So in order to do this, we can here create a form, and I'm going to give this form action and method. So the method is going to be equal to post, and the action is cart.php, the same page. And then I'm going to move this a tag over to the form. However, I'm going to change this from remove to from a tag to input. I'm going to say input, and the class is going to be the class the type is going to be submit, and the name is going to be equal to remove underscore product. And here I need to remove this, and now I'm going to say value is going to be equal to remove, and we need to know the ID, the product ID. So I'm going to create here a hidden input. I'm going to say input, and then I'm going to say type hidden, and then I'm going to say name. The name is product underscore ID, and the value is, remember, PHP, and then value echo first, echo value product ID, product underscore ID. And let me test first this in the browser. Let me refresh and make sure that we don't have problems. So here it says removed, but the problem is with the design. So let me work on, before I work on the logic, let's work on the design. So this this button exists in the assets, in the CSS. So we have the remove. Remember, we have the remove here in the cart. So in the cart, we have remove button, and here what we need to do is that we need to add background nothing. We need to remove the background color, none, and border, none, and the width is 100%, width 100%. And let me now make sure that this is going to fix the design. So as you can see, it's much better, but I have here a problem. I should say background none. Let's say background white. Let's say background white. This should fix it, I think. So now it has been fixed. So now what we want to do is that we want to activate this button. So to activate this button, we have here a post request, and we have two inputs. One has a name called product ID, which contains the product ID, and then we have the remove product name, which is also an input that's gonna remove that works as a button, which is this. Now, what we want to do is that we need here to add, instead of saying else, we need to say else if. Else here, I'm gonna add. I'm gonna push this, and I'm gonna add here another curly bracket, and then I'm gonna say here else if. Else if. And check the syntax again because you don't want to make mistakes. Here else if. Else if. So else if we have here, the first condition is if we are trying to add something to the cart, but in this condition, if we are trying to remove something from the cart. So here I'm gonna say, let me close this to show you the complete code. So the first condition is to add something to the cart. The second condition, which is this else if, is to remove product from cart. So if we want to remove a product from the cart, we need to first say here is set post, and then remember the input is this input. The input has a name called remove product. So I'm gonna say here if is set post remove underscore product. If that button has been clicked, then we need to remove the product from the session. So how can we remove a product from the session? It's actually very simple. We need to use the onSet function, and then we need to pass the session cart. However, we need to remove only one element. Which element? We need to remove the element. We need to remove the product that has this ID. So we need to get the product ID first. Product ID. So how can we get the product ID? To get the product ID, we can use the post and then product underscore ID. Remember the product ID here. Here we have in this input, we have name called product ID. We have this input that has a name called product ID. So we can use it here, and then finally we can say onset session cart, and then we need to pass here the product ID. This is gonna remove that product from the cart. That's it. Very, very simple. And let me now save and refresh. So I'm gonna refresh and test. So I'm gonna here refresh, and let me remove a product from the cart. So for example, let me click on remove of the second product. If I click on remove, it did not work, and the reason is because here in my code I have actually a problem. I need to make sure that I have the product ID. So I forgot here to specify the product ID. So we have two options. We can here say product ID is equal to post product ID product underscore ID, or we can pass the post product ID directly into the second square bracket. But let me keep it like this. Let me now save and let's test. So let me refresh. Let me save and refresh. Now it should work. Let me refresh, and now let me click on remove. So if I click on remove, it will not work either. Why? Because the product now doesn't have an ID. So we need to close down the browser and open a fresh browser. So as you can see, testing takes a lot of time, but it's worth it. Let me try one more time. So I'm gonna go to the cart page, and let me try to remove this product. For example, if I click on remove, As you can see, the product has been removed from the cart. So the product was removed from the cart completely, and now we don't have anything in the cart. And let me go back and let's test this on other products. So let me add another product. For example, this. I'm going to click on Buy Now, and if you click on Add to Cart, it will be added to the cart. And let me add another product because I want to see what's going to happen if I delete only one product. So if I delete, for example, this product, the second product, as you can see, one product will be removed and the other will remain. And if you remove the last product, here it's gonna the 150 will remain, and this is a problem which we need to fix. And the reason why we have this is because the code here is hard coded, so we need to make this dynamic, and it will fix this problem. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on this edit button. So if user decides to increase the quantity of a product, we need to edit the quantity and the subtotal. So if the user clicks here on edit and chooses, for example, four items of the same product, we need to increase the quantity as well as the subtotal. How can we do this? To do this, we need to activate this button. So remember here in the cart, we have this edit button. We need to create a form here. We need to say form, and then this form I'm going to give it a method and action. So the method is going to be post, and the action is going to be cart.php. And then I'm going to remove this a tag, and then I'm going to create here two inputs. One input, and I'm going to give it a class called edit button, edit btn, and value. So the value is edit, and also we need name. So the name is edit quantity, edit underscore quantity. And we need another input, which is the product ID. Input, and then name. First type, the type is hidden, and the name is product ID, and the value is PHP echo product ID. Value product ID, value product ID, semicolon. And don't forget to close this angular bracket. And here the second input must have a type, and the type is submit. Let me push these two. And again, let me explain this one more time. This form is inside this loop, so we can use the value, the product ID value, and the second input. The first input is hidden, but it's going to hold the product ID. The second input is going to submit the form, and it will allow us to get the product ID and edit the quantity. So we also need the quantity itself. So we need to create another input for the quantity itself. Remember, the quantity is this. So we need here to create another input. I'm going to say input. Or actually, we have the input. This input, we need to copy it, and then we need to move it over to the form. So it's going to be here. So this is the quantity. Let me save, and let's test. Let's make sure that the HTML code is not broken. So as you can see, it's fine, but we need to fix the edit. So we need to remove again, we need to head on over to CSS, and we need to edit we need to open the style.css, and then for the edit button, we need to here say background color white, and we need to remove the borders, border none, and the width is 100%. Let me save and let me make sure that the design is fine. So let me go back to the cart page. So in the cart page, now we have actually a problem. So let me remove this width. I don't think that the width is needed here. So Again, I need to go to the cart one more time, and this should fix it. So it has been fixed. Now we need to work on the logic. So here we need to create in the cart.php. What we want to do is that we need to use these inputs and use the post value of PHP. So at the top we need to add else if. With this else if we need to push this code, and then we need to create another else if, and then don't forget to close the curly bracket and open it here. And here I'm going to say else if is set post, and then edit quantity. Why edit quantity? Why did I say here edit quantity? Because here the form has edit quantity submit button. So the submit button has a name called edit quantity. So we need to use this to submit the form. And here we need to work on the logic. So here what we need to do is that we need to get the current quantity and edit that quantity. So how can we get the current quantity? To get the current quantity, we need to say here, we need first to get the quantity from the form. So I'm going to say here product underscore quantity is equal to post, and then product quantity. Remember, the form has product, this form. The product quantity, it doesn't have a name, so we need to give it here a name. I'm going to say name, and the name is going to be equal to product quantity. So we need the product quantity and the product name from this form. So I'm going to say here product quantity is equal to post product underscore quantity, and then we need the product ID. So I'm going to create another variable called product ID, and it's going to be equal to post product ID, post, and then product ID. Now we need to access the session and update the product quantity. So to access the session, we can say session and then cart, and then we need to get the product the array of that specific product. So we need to say product ID. So this is going to return an array. Here I'm going to say product underscore array. So the product array is equal to the session cart product ID. Now from this product array we can access the quantity, the current quantity, the old quantity. So I'm going to say product underscore quantity. This now is the old quantity. This is the old underscore quantity. And the new quantity is this. This is the new quantity. So instead, we need to remove this old quantity and add the new quantity. How can we do this? To do this, we need to say we don't need this this variable. I created this variable just to explain how it works. All we need to do now is to say product quantity is equal to the new product quantity, which is this product quantity. So this is the old quantity. I'm gonna override the value with the new quantity. Finally, we need to push or add this array again to the session. So we need to say session and then cart, and then product ID. Product ID is equal to the array. So we need to return the product array back to the session. So let me explain this code one more time here. I'm gonna add comments here first. We get ID and quantity from the form. And then the second step is to get the product array from the session. We extract that array, we extract out the array from the session because there might be many products. The third step is to update product quantity. The last step is to put back, to return or return, let's say return array back to its place, inside the session. Place. Let me save and let's test this code. So I'm gonna here refresh, and then I'm going to try to increase here. I'm gonna try to increase this value to, let's say, 3, and then I'm gonna click on edit. So as you can see, if I click on edit, now we have 3. If I increase this to 7, and if I click on edit, it's gonna say edit here. It's gonna say 7 here. So it worked successfully, and now this product will, the user will buy 7 items. If you want to make sure that the code works, you can go back to the home page, for example. You can go to the home page, and then you can try to go back to, let me go back to the cart page. So if I try to go to the cart page one more time, it's gonna remain here 7 because now the user has set the number to 7. The next thing that we need to work on is the subtotal. So we need to work on this later. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to calculate the total quantity of the cart and also the product quantity, the subtotal. So let's start with the subtotal. So in order to calculate the subtotal, we need to get the we need to get the product quantity and multiply it by the price. So here in this product price, we can here we have this price here, and also it's being displayed here. So this is the single price, and this is the subtotal, the total of a single the total of a one product multiplied by the number of multiplied by the quantity. So here, instead of displaying 155, we need to say PHP, and then we need to multiply the, we need to say echo, and then we need to multiply the value product quantity by times the value product price, product underscore price, and then semicolon. Don't forget the semicolon. Now let me save and let me refresh and show you that now this is going to be 9 times 155, because a single product would cost 155. A pair of shoes would cost 155. But if I want to buy 9 of these shoes, I need to pay 155 multiplied by 9. So let me here refresh. Let me go to the cart one more time. So if I go to the cart, I should here get 1,395. So if you make the calculation, you will find that this is correct. Let me prove it to you. So let me here say 2. Let me say here 2. If I say 2 and edit, here the cost, the total cost of 2 shoes is 310, and that's correct because 155 plus 155 is equal to 310. So this is correct. Now let's work on the total products. So if I have many products, for example, if I have, let me go back and let me go back to the home page and let me add this product. So this product would cost also, let me select another product because I want another price. So this one would cost 250. So if I click on buy now and add this product to cart, we have here 310 and here 250. But the total is static, so we need to work on the total. To work on the total, we need to create a code here that's gonna calculate the total. So I'm gonna create here a function. I'm gonna here I'm gonna create a function. I'm gonna say function, and then I'm gonna say calculate total cart, And then in order to get the total, we need to loop over the session. So I'm gonna say for each session cart, and then we need to get each single product. So we need to say for each session cart as key value and then we need to get each single product. So each single product, in order to get each single product, we need to say session and then cart and then key. This is going to return the array of each single product. So we can say here product. So for each single product, what we want to get is that we need to say we need to get the price as well as the quantity. So this is going to return an array, and each time it's going to return a different product. So for each different product, for each different product, we need to get the product price and quantity. So I'm going to say get the price. I'm going to get here price and quantity. So the quantity is going to be equal to product quantity. And then we need to multiply the price by the quantity. So we need to say total is equal to price multiplied by the quantity. However, this is going to return only one total of one product. Therefore, we need to create here a variable called total, and it's going to be initially 0. And then we need here to say total is equal to total plus price multiplied by the quantity. So what this is going to do is that each time it is going to increase the each time it's going to add the old total to the new total. So it's going to get the old total, and each time we have a product, we are going to get the price multiplied by the quantity and add them to the total. And here, by the way, I should say total. And finally, we can here say return. Finally, return what? Return the total. Or better, instead of returning, we need to store this in the session. So I'm going to create here in the session. I'm going to create a new key called total. I'm going to say total. Total now is going to be equal to total. That's it. Now we need to call this function. So where should we call this function? We should call this function each time we add a product to the cart. So we need to call this inside add to cart. So inside this add to cart, here we need to say update or calculate total. So here I'm going to say calculate total cart. Finally, we need to display the total here in the bottom. In the bottom, we need to say here, remember this part. So this table, in this table, we don't need actually this subtotal because we don't have, I didn't add any other costs. So I'm going to remove this subtotal. We just need the total. So the total, instead of saying 155, I'm going to remove it, and then I'm going to say PHP, and then I'm going to use the session. I'm going to say session total. And of course, we need to say echo total, session total. Let me now save and let me refresh. So here, as you can see, what I'm going to get is that I'm going to get 560. So let's make the calculation together. Is 310 plus 200 250 is equal to 560? Well, that's correct. Let me prove it to you. Let me prove that this is correct, that the total has been calculated correctly. Let me increase it here the number of products, and let me click on edit. And if I click on edit, now the total is still here. The reason why it's still 560 is because actually I need to call the calculate also here. I need to call it here in the in case we update or in case we remove. So here, in case we remove something from the cart, we need to calculate the total. Calculate total. And also in case we update the quantity, we need here to calculate total. Calculate total. Let me try one more time. So now if I refresh, now the total, as you can see, the total is 810. Let me here decrease this one more time. I'm going to say 1 and edit. And now the total again back to 560. Let me increase this to 2 and then update. And as you can see, the total now is 810. If I increase this to 3 and update, as you can see, now the total is 965. So now the total worked successfully, and now we have the total amount. So this is the single price, this is the subtotal, and this is the total. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to let the user check out. So after the user adds a few products into the cart, and if they want to check out, we want to allow them to check out. So let's work on this checkout. So in order to do this, I'm going to head on over to the cart.php, and you'll find that we have a button. And we don't need a button. Instead, we need an input. And we need a form. So I'm going to create here a form. I'm going to say form. And then I'm going to say action and value, action and method. So the method is post. And the action is checkout.php, and I'm gonna move this button over to the checkout form. However, I'm gonna convert this button into input. So I'm gonna say here input, and then I'm gonna remove this completely, and I'm gonna say here value. So the value is gonna be checkout, or let's say proceed. Let's say checkout. And what else do we want? We want a name. I'm gonna say name checkout. We need a name and we need a value. Let me check this in the browser now. So we should have here a button. Let me go to the checkout. Let me go to the cart. So in the cart, we have here checkout button. So now what we want to do is that we need to work on the checkout page. Remember, we have here the checkout page, and the checkout page is HTML, and we need to convert this checkout. I'm going to rename this page. We need to convert it into PHP. So I'm going to say checkout.php. Now this is the checkout page. If I click on it, it's not going to take me to the checkout. Why? Because we need to say here in this input, we need to say type submit. The type must be submit because this is a button. Let me refresh and try one more time. So let me here click on checkout. If I click on checkout, now it's going to take me to the checkout page. Now in the checkout page, what we want to do is that we need to work on this form and submit this form and allow the user to fill the information and then proceed to payment. So let me head on over to the checkout page. Now in the checkout page, what we want to do is that we want here to add a form. We already have a form, which is great. We don't have to do anything special. We just need to we just want to make this form active. We want to activate this form, and to do this, we can just add here action and method. So I'm going to say here action and method. So the action is going to be let me create a file for this. I'm going to here create a new file in the server called place order. I'm going to say place underscore order .php. And in the checkout here, we need to say place underscore order .php. And we need to set a method. I'm going to say method. The method is post. So here what we have is that we have the name, and the name has a name. The email has a name. The phone number has a name. The city has a name. You need to make sure that all of them have names. And the address has a name. The submit also it doesn't have a name. So we need to give this submit button a name. We need to say here name. And the name is going to be, let's say something else other than checkout. I'm going to say place order. Place order. Place underscore order. And here I'm going to say the value is going to say place order. Now in the place order.php, we need to work on the code here. So the code here is going to first check whether user clicked on this button or not, and that can be done by using the if statement. If is set post, and then we want to say place order. So if the place order is set, we need to do something else. We need to take the user to the home page, or do nothing. Basically do nothing, because the user will not be able to come to this page unless they have something in the cart, and unless something is in the cart. So we need here to say place order. So I'm gonna come to this page later, because this page requires a lot of work, the place order. And before working on this, we need to work on a very important thing in the checkout. We cannot allow the user to check out if the cart is empty. So let me explain what I mean. So if I go to the cart here, and if I add a product, but if I change my mind and remove that product, and if I click on checkout, it's going to take me to the checkout page. So the user will be able to check out even though there is nothing in the cart, and this is a problem. This is a bug. To fix this bug, we need here in the checkout at the top, we need to check whether the cart is empty or not. So we need to say PHP, and then we need to say here we need to say session start, and then we need to check the session. I'm going to say if is not empty session cart, if the session is not empty. And also we need to check if user came to this page through the checkout button or through an external link. So the user should come to the checkout page only by clicking on this button. If user comes to the checkout page from an external link, we shouldn't allow this, because this could pose a problem to our system. So we need to check this button. We need to check whether the user came to this page from the checkout or not, and that can be done using here the is set. If is set post, and then the name of the button is checkout. So if these conditions are met, then let user in. Else what we want to do, we need to send user to home page, because they cannot place an order if they don't have, if the cart is empty, or if if they came to the page through an external link. So we need here to say header, and then location index.php. Let me show you now what's gonna happen. So now if I go back to the home page, let me go to the home page, and let me add something to the cart. So if I add this product to cart, and if I click on checkout, I will be able to go to the checkout page, because there is a product in the cart. There is a product. Obviously there is a product in the cart. Let me show you that one more time. If you go to the cart, there is a product in the cart. Obviously there is a product, but if I remove this product, let me remove this product, and now I don't have anything in the cart. The cart is empty. If I click on checkout, I will be taken to the home page. Let me show you that one more time. So let me go to the cart. Let me add something to the cart. Let me remove it from the cart. Let me remove this from the cart. Now there is nothing in the cart. If I click on checkout, I will be taken to the home page. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to display here the total amount and work on this form. Let's first display the total amount to remind the user with the total amount of the products that they want to pay for. So here in the checkout, I'm going to say here P, I'm going to use paragraph, and then above the button, just above this place order button, I'm going to say here total amount, and then I'm going to say $, and then I'm going to use PHP. I'm going to say here PHP, and then echo, and then session, and then remember the key that stores the total amount was created in the cart. So in the cart, remember here, in the cart we have a function that calls that calculates the total total amount, which is this function, and then it stores the total amount in a key called total. So here in the checkout we can say session total. This is gonna display the total amount above the button. Let me test now. Let me here refresh, and as you can see, it's gonna display the total amount just above the button, which is important because you need to remind the user with this amount that they need to pay. So if you go back and test one more time, let me add another product. So I'm going to increase here, I'm going to say 2, and then I'm going to update, and now the total is 310, and here it says 310. So this is going to display the total here above the button, which is very, very important. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on placing an order. And placing an order is going to it's going to be a long process, because you might think that the process is just storing user information in the database, and that's not correct. There are many, many ways in order to accomplish placing an order. And let me break down the process into few steps so that you understand. So now the first step is that we need to open up the place order.php. Let me here type the steps that we want. So the first step is that we need to get user info, because of course in order to send the products to the user, we need their email, we need their city, we need their phone number, we need their address in order to send the package and products to them. The second step is that we need to store here get user info and store it in database. The second step is that we need to store order information, order info. And to store the order information in database, we first need to get products from cart. So the second step is to get products from cart. So let me here type 1. I'm going to say 1. The first step is to get user info and store it in database. The second step is to get products from cart from the session. Actually, let me add here uh, not, I'm going to say from session, so that you don't forget that the information is in this session. The third step is that we want to store the order in information in database. So after we get the products from the session, we need to take these products and store them in the database and issue a new order. So we need to create a new order in the orders table, and we need to store each individual product in the order items. So for example, let me go back to the home page and explain the process. For example, if I want to buy a pair of shoes and a bag, then each one of these must be stored in the order items. But both of these items will have one single order because they belong to the same person who wants to buy these two. So these two items will have the same order ID, but they will be stored in the order items so that we know the items that the user wants to buy. So here the third step is to store order info in the database. First I need to say here issue new order and store order info in database, and finally store each single item in order items database. And the last step is to remove everything from cart, and actually this is the fifth step, and the sixth step is to tell the user or inform user that whether everything is fine or there is a problem. There is a problem. And if there is a problem, we need to tell them. If everything is fine, we need to remind them we need to take them to the payment page. So this is the last step. Let's start working on these steps. So let's start on the first step. So the first step is to get user info and store it in the database. So in order to get the user info, we need to head on over to the checkout and get these fields from the form. So here we have the names, name, email, phone, city, address, and place order. So here, if the user clicks on place order, we need to get the name. I'm going to say name is equal to post name, and then we need to get the email, and then we need to get the phone, and then we need to get the phone and city and address. So we have city and address. City, post, city. And lastly, we need to get the address. So the address is going to be equal to post address. That's it. Now we want to insert these into the database, these values in the database. And to do this, we need to import the connection. Remember the connection class, the connection file, because the connection will allow us to connect to the database. So at the top here, I'm going to say include, and then since we are in the same file, the place order.php is in the same file as the connection. So we just need to say here connection .php. And before I forget, we also need to say session start because I'm going to be using the session later. I don't want to forget because this is usually forgotten by so many developers. So after we have this, we need to remember in the connection we have, again, let me remind you that we have a variable called con. So we need to use this con. Here I'm going to say con, and then prepare, and then we need to pass the statement. So the statement is insert. Insert into what? We need to insert into the the orders. We need to insert into the orders table. So we need to insert into the orders table. Here we need to insert into the orders table. I'm gonna say here insert into orders. And what do we want to insert? We want to insert the order cost, the status, the ID, the user, all of these things, except for the ID. The order ID will be given by the database automatically. So we need to start by the order cost. So the order cost, I'm going to say here, order underscore cost, is the total amount, and I'm going to get this shortly. The second thing that we need to insert is the order status. The order status is always going to be on hold. So I'm going to say order underscore status. The third thing is the user ID. So we need to get the user ID. I'm going to say user underscore ID. And then we need the phone, user phone. And then user phone, and then city. User city, and then user address and order date. User address, and then order date. And then in a new line, I'm gonna here in a new line, I'm gonna add a new line, and then I'm gonna say values. So what are the values? The values are, first, for the order cost, we need to get the cost from the session. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here order cost, and to get the order cost from the session we just need to say session and then total. This is going to get the total from the session. And then the order status, I'm going to say order underscore status. The order status is whether the order has been paid or not. If the order has been paid, then we need to say paid. But we will allow users to place orders without paying. And then after the order has been placed, I'm going to allow users to pay. So I'm going to say here the initial value is always going to be on hold. So on hold means that the order has been placed but has not been paid. And then user ID. The user ID, I'm going to get the user ID later when I allow users to log in and register. But for now, the user ID is always going to be 1 just for the sake of testing. The user phone number, we have the phone number from the form, we have the name, and we have everything else. Lastly, we need the order date. So we need to say order underscore date. So the order date is going to be a date time. Let's use the date time now. Or we can use the date function. We can use date, ymd. Y is for the year, month, day, and then hour, minutes, seconds, which is this function. Now we can pass these into the values. So the first thing is the order cost. So I'm going to say here order cost. However, this is not a good practice. We need to pass question marks. So we need to pass how many question marks? We need to pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 inputs. So I'm going to say here question mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you don't understand why I'm doing this, this is for the sake of protection. And you can take my course about PHP protection and you will understand the reason behind this. Because this is going to protect the form and it's going to protect your system from hackers. And again, if you want to take that course, I'd highly recommend taking that course about PHP security best practices if you are interested in understanding and improving your PHP security code and applying best practices. Now we need to call a function here. We need to store this in a variable called stmt. So stmt is going to be equal to connection prepare, and then stmt, we need to call a function called bind param. And the parameters that I'm going to bind are the cost. So the cost is the cost here. The cost is integer I, and then the order status is going to be s string. User ID is I, is integer. Phone number is I. User city is s. User address is s. User date is order date is s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then comma, and then we need to pass the parameters in order. So the first parameter is the order cost. The second is the order. The second is the order status. The third is the user ID. The fourth is the phone number, is the user phone, which is phone. Here I just said phone. And then after the phone we have the city, and after the city we have the address and the date. Address and the date, order date. However, order date. However, I forgot the email, so the email is not here, so we need to insert the email, or we can just rely on the phone number. So I think I'm gonna rely on the phone number. You can rely on the phone number, or you can use the user ID to get the phone number from the user's database. So there is no problem. I'm not gonna use the email. So the email, I'm just gonna get the email and leave it here. There is no need to use the email because we have the phone number and we have the user ID, where we can use to get more information about the user later if we want to. Next, I'm gonna say stmt and then execute. That's it. We need to execute this query. And lastly, we need to get the order ID. So this is going to insert this order into the database, and the database in return is going to issue a new order ID. Therefore, we need to get this order ID in order to use it later in this script. So we need to get the user ID from here. So now what we need to do is that we need to get the order ID. As I told you here, after we insert this order into the database in return will issue a new order. And we need to get this order ID because we will need to use this order ID in order to place each single element, each single product in the order items. Because otherwise we wouldn't know which products the user wants to buy. Because after the user, for example, if the user adds these items, we will not, even if we add an order in the orders table, these orders will only store user information as well as the order ID. But in order to know the order details about that order, we need to store these two or however many number of items that the user wants in the order items. Therefore, we need to get the order ID from the database. So to get the order ID after it has been inserted, after the order has been inserted, the database if you call the stmt and call a function called insert, the database, after you call insert ID, the database is going to return the order ID, order underscore ID. And I'm going to prove it to you now. Now let me here say echo, and then I'm going to display the order ID just for the sake of testing. I'm going to say order ID. By the way, in the checkout, we need to say here action, and then we need to remove this, and we need to say server first, server / place order, because the checkout page is outside the server, whereas the place order.php is inside the server. So in order to get to the place order file, we need to say server / place order.php. And here in the place order, we just insert the order, and the database will return the order ID. And now we just need to display the order ID just for the sake of testing. So let me click on file and then save all, and let's test. So now suppose that I am a customer, and let me remove first everything from the cart. And suppose that I am now a customer. So I'm going to go to the home page. And then let me, for example, say that I want to buy this item. I'm going to click on buy now. And then I'm going to click on add to cart. And then I'm going to click on checkout. So if I click on checkout, it's going to ask me to fill out this form. So let me fill out this form quickly. So I have filled this this form quickly, and let me click on place order. Again, you will not be able to click on place order unless you fill the complete form. So if you forget to fill one of these, it's not going to work. So for example, if you say here, if you click on place order, it's not going to work. It's going to tell you please fill out the form. So let me click on place order. If I click on place order, guess what? It's going to display here as you can see, it's going to display 1. What does this one mean? This one means that the order has been inserted into the database. Let me show you this. Now in the orders table, if I refresh the orders table, a new order has been placed. As you can see, a new order has been placed with my information. So order ID is 1, order cost is 155, order status is on hold because I didn't pay, and the order has just been placed. The user ID is 1 by default. The user phone number, the city, the address, everything has been stored into the database. So this is how it works, and now we made sure that the order ID will be returned by the database. Now we can move on and continue with the other steps. Welcome back. The next step is that we need to get the products from the cart and insert each single product into the order items. So each single item we have that the user bought will be inserted individually into the database. So again, if the user, for example, wants to buy these two, we need to insert each one individually in a separate row in the database so that we know which items the user wants. So here, the second step, first, before I work on the second step, I'm going to remove this echo. We no longer need this echo. So the second step is that we need to get products from the cart. So to get the products from the cart, we need to use the session, because the session has the cart, and this cart is an array. And since this cart is an array, it has this structure. It has key value pair, where each key represents an order, represents a product ID, and the value is an array with the information about that product. So for example, if we have 2 products in the cart, the first key is the product ID, and the value is an array with product information such as the product price, the product name, the product description. So what we want to do is that we need to use a for each loop in order to loop over the session and get each single product and store it into the order items database. So I'm going to say here for each, and then for each what? For each session cart, and I'm going to remove this. We no longer need this. So I'm gonna say here for each session cart as key value, we want to get each single array. So in order to access each product, we need to say product is going to be equal to um, session cart and then key. This is going to get each single product as an array. So this is going to return an array with the product. And now we can get each single or each piece of info that this product has. For example, each product, we can say product name. Remember, in the cart we store them in these keys. So we have the product ID, product name, price, image, quantity. So you need to use these keys. You cannot use other keys other than these. So we need to say here product underscore ID. And then the product ID is going to be equal to product ID is going to be equal to the product ID. And we can repeat the process, and it's going to take some time. So let me work on this quickly. I'm going to say product name. And again, the name is the key for the name is name, price, image, quantity. So here name and then product image and then product price and then product quantity, and here quantity. Again, you need to double check your keys here, because if you have a mistake here, you will have a severe problem and you will not be able to figure out the problem easily. So you need to double check before moving on. Product ID, product name, product price, image, quantity. Product ID, name, image, price, quantity. Now we need to insert each single one into the database, and to do this we can use the connection. We can say con and then prepare and then insert into what? We need to insert into the order items. So I'm going to say order underscore items, and then what do we want to insert? We want to insert the order ID, the product ID, the product name, the product image, the user ID, and the order date. And the item ID is going to be given by the database automatically. So we need to say here, we need to start with the product with the order ID. So I'm going to say here order underscore ID, comma, and then the second is the product ID, product ID. The third is product name and then image, product name and then product image, and lastly we have the user ID and the order date. User ID and then order date. So the order date, we have the order date, but we don't have we have everything actually. So let me add a new line first, and then I'm gonna say values. Values. And you need to be very cautious, because if you have any problem with the syntax of this SQL, it's not gonna work. So how many question marks? Again, you need to use question marks, because otherwise your data will be could be under attack by hackers. And again, if you are interested in PHP security and security best practices, you can take my course. about security best practices of PHP. So here we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to see 6 question marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we need to store this in a variable called stmt1. Let's say stmt, just stmt. Let's say stmt1 just to differentiate between this and the other one. And then I'm gonna say here stmt1 bind param. And what are the parameters that we want to bind? First, we need to bind the order ID. So the order ID is integer. The product ID is integer. The product name is string. The product image is string. The user ID is integer. The order date is string. And then comma, and then let's start with the order ID. So the order ID is here. This is the order ID. I'm going to say here order ID. And then product ID. Product ID. And then after the product ID, we need the product name. So we have the product name, product name, and then the product image, and then the we also need the product price and quantity. So I forgot to add here the product name and the price, the quantity. So we need to add here the, let me say structure, and let me add the product. Here I'm going to add the quantity. The quantity is very important. So I'm going to add 2 columns after the image. And these columns are going to be the product price and the product quantity. So the product price is going to be integer, is going to be decimal actually, and is going to be 4 6, let's say 6 2, and the quantity is integer, and that's it actually. The decimal, let me check the decimal. So we have the decimal, and 6 means that it's going to be 6 digits, and 2 of these digits are going to be 2 of these 6 are going to be points, are going to be digits after the point. So let me click on save, and now if I click on product items, you will find that we have here product price and product quantity. So this is correct. Let me now go back, and here let me insert after the product image. We need to say product underscore price, and then comma product underscore quantity, and then comma. And here we need to say IISS, and then the price and the quantity are integers. So we need to say I, and then IS, and then here we need to increase the number of question marks. So I'm going to increase the question marks to 8, because now we have 8 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here I'm going to say product image, and then product price, and then product quantity, and then product and then user ID. So the last parameter is the order date. And you can get the order date from previously we have created the order date and the user ID. So there is no need to create it one more time. Finally, we need to execute this statement. I'm going to say stmt and then execute. This is going to execute the statement, and that's it. This is for this part. So for this part, we just need to do this. So let's now test. Let me save everything. Let me head on over to the browser and test. So now in the browser, let me add these into the cart. So let me first start from the beginning. I'm going to go to the home page, and I'm going to click on, I'm going to add this to cart, and I'm going to add another product to cart. So we already have these products to add it to cart. Let me click on checkout. Let me fill out this form. So after I filled out this form, let me click on place order. And we have a problem here in line 47. So the line 47, I have a problem. It says 47, I should say STMT1. So this is a simple mistake. And I also have a problem with the, here I should say order items with an S. So as I told you, a very simple mistake could cause so many problems. So here order underscore items, because the table is order underscore items with an S. Let's try one more time. So I'm going to go back to the home page, and I'm going to add this to cart. We already have this in the cart, so let me click on checkout. Let me fill out this form quickly. So after I have filled out this form, let me click on place order, and as you can see, nothing will happen, and because I didn't display anything. But let's check the database. Now in the orders, in the order items, we should have two items. As you can see, we have two items. The first item is the white shoes, and the second item is green bag, and that's correct. And the name of the images, the prices, the quantities, everything has been stored here. And notice something important: the order ID is the same. The order ID is 4 and 4, because the same person, which is me, has ordered these two in one single order. So the order is going to be 1. So the order is not order number 4, and this order, the details of this order, the details is this, are these two lines, are these two rows. The details of the order are the white shoes and the green bag. This is a very important concept, and by using the order ID, we will be able to do awesome things. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the user to the payment page after they have placed an order. So for example, if I place an order, as I have shown you earlier, if you place an order and complete the order, what we want to do is that we want to display the payment page, because this is going to place the order and it's going to inform us as the owner of the business that somebody has placed an order. But in order for us to start shipping the order, we need to get the payment. So we need to tell the user to complete the payment so that we start the process of sending the product or products to the customer. So let's start working on this. And also, by the way, we need to activate this button which takes the user to the cart page. This is very important, and let me show you what I'm going to do first. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up the index, and in the index, let me activate this button. So we have here in the top, in the navigation bar, let me here say shopping, this shopping icon, I'm going to say cart.php. So this is going to take the user to the cart.php. However, the problem is that in the cart.php, we need to remove a code that would always prevent the user from entering the page. So this line of code, I'm going to comment this out. This is optional if you don't want the user to enter the cart page if they have not clicked, if they have not added anything to cart. You need to uncomment this. If you want users to access the cart page anyways, you can here uncomment this. So I'm gonna uncomment this and show you what's gonna happen now. Let me go to the home page, and in the home page, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna click on the cart, and this is gonna take me to the cart, and I have here a problem. Let me refresh first. So now if I click on the cart again, as you can see, it's gonna take me to the cart, and even if I remove this item from the cart. And if I go to the home page, and if I click, let me go to the home page, and if I click on a cart, on the cart icon, it's gonna take me to the cart page, but I will not be able to check out. This is the layer of protection that I have added to this to the checkout page. So another thing that I'm gonna be working on before working on the payment page is the navigation bar here. So the navigation bar we have here in the shop here. If you go to the cart, the home page is gonna work. Is not gonna work. So we need to fix this as well. So I want you to work on this because this is very simple, and consider this your homework. So I want you to work on this. It's very simple. All you need to do is that you need to open up the navigation bar of each page and change the URL. So for example, here in the cart, in the bag, in the shopping bag icon, I want you to add here a tag, and I want you to surround this I with a tag, and I want you to add href here. That's gonna say cart.php, which is the same page. And for the home, we need to say index.php. And I want you to repeat. I want you to do this to all pages. So consider this as your homework. Let me save, and we are good to go. Welcome back. So now let's continue working on the placing an order feature. So I told you that the first step is to get info and store it in a database. So this is the step. This is getting the info. The second step is to get products from cart, and this step is this, get products from cart, which is this. And then the third step is to issue new order and store order info in database. We already done this. Let me copy this comment and add it in the right place. So this is the line that is going to issue or get. This is going to get the order from the database, and storing the order is this line of code is going to insert the order into the database. So the second step, let's say your second step is to issue a new order. The third step is to get products from the cart. I'm going to say here 3. And then the fourth step is to store each single item in orders table. We have done that. Let me copy this. This comment and add it in the right place. So this line of code is going to issue a new order and store, and not this one actually, this one, store. Let me copy it. Store this line of code. This line of code is going to store each single item in items table, and this is getting the data from the session. And the fifth is to remove everything from the cart, and this step should be delayed for now because we need to remove everything from the cart only after user completes payment. So I'm going to say here delay until payment is done. So it's up to you. If you want to delete everything from the cart, you can do that, but I wouldn't recommend doing that because the user has not paid yet. After user completes payment, we can remove everything from the cart. And finally is to inform user whether everything is fine or not. And if everything is fine, which in this case everything is fine, we need to take the user to the payment page. So the fifth step is to remove everything from cart. I'm going to delay this. However, if you want to delete everything from the cart, you can use the onset function. You can use the onset and then pass the session and then cart. Just remove everything from the cart like this line of code. Very, very simple. However, again, I wouldn't recommend doing that. So I'm going to keep this code like here, I'm gonna keep this code right here, and I'm not gonna remove everything from the cart until the user completes payment. And here the sixth step is to inform user whether payment was successful or not, and take user to the payment page. So in order to take the user to payment page, we need to use the header location, and then the payment page. So I'm going to create a page called payment.php, and I'm going to attach here a get parameter. I'm going to say order status is equal to order placed successfully. And you can add this code in if statement after you check this execute. You can do this, or you can leave it here, because if something went wrong, the code will essentially break and the rest will not be executed. So if something goes wrong, we can use if statement with this execute. For example, we can say if something goes wrong here at this point, we can if this is wrong, if this is false, we can take the user to another page. But I'm not gonna complicate the code for now. I'm gonna keep the code very simple, and then later we can add more code as we move on. So this step is to take the user to the payment page with this parameter. So we need to display the payment button so that the user can complete the payment. So I'm going to create a new page here called payment.php. And the code for this page is going to be very similar to other pages. For example, it's going to be similar to the checkout, but I'm not going to display anything but a button, just a button with the payment information. So I'm going to copy the code from the checkout page, and then I'm going to paste it in the payment.php. And in the payment.php, what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to close down this footer, because I'm not going to work on the footer. The footer is going to be the same. And I'm going to close down also the navigation bar. And in between we have the checkout. Instead of checkout, I'm going to say payment. And here I'm going to remove many things. So I'm going to remove this form. Actually, we just need to remove this form. I'm going to remove this form for now, and I'm just going to display here payment, and here in this dev, I'm just going to say P, and then I'm going to display the total cart. Remember, the total amount is stored in the session. So here I'm going to say echo, and then I'm going to echo the session. I'm going to say echo and then session. And what do we want to echo? We want to echo the total amount. I'm going to say here total, and then semicolon, and don't forget the $sign. And before the $sign, I'm just going to say total payment, and then semicolon, and then $sign. And of course you can display whatever you want to display, but I would recommend just keeping everything simple and just display this, the total amount. And then we need to display also an input, and that input is going to have a first class. I'm going to say class btn, and I'm going to say value, and the value is complete payment or proceed, pay now or pay now. Let's say pay now. And I'm going to also say type submit, type submit, and that's it. I'm going to be working on this later. And before testing, there is a couple of things I need to fix. The first thing is that in the place order.php, you'll find that the payment.php is not in the same directory as the place underscore order.php. Therefore, we need to say dot dot and then forward slash, because we need to go back or go out of the server, because the place order.php is inside the server folder. And if we just say payment without dot dot, it is going to try to find the payment.php in the server folder, and it's not gonna find it, and we are gonna get an error. So we need to say dot dot in order to go back, and then we will be able to access the payment. Or we can move the payment. You can move the payment to the server. Let's move the payment to the server if you want to keep things. Let's keep it like this. I don't want to confuse you right now. So here, don't forget to add dot dot and then forward slash payment.php. Another thing that I want to do is that in the payment.php, at the top here, here we don't need to add this code. We just want to display the payment page, so we don't need this code. Let me remove this code for now. The only code that we want is the session. So we just need to say session start. Here we just need to say session start. So you need to say session start, and then you can here say echo and then total payment. And by the way, you can display the message. Let me show you the message that you can display. You can display the message that I passed from the place order. So the place order, I said here, order status is equal to order placed successfully. You can place this message by accessing the get parameter. So you can here say PHP, and then you can say echo, and then you can echo the get $, and then get $, here, and then get, and then order status, order underscore status, and that's it. You can display it here, and don't forget the $. Let me click on file and then save all, and let me now head on over to the browser and test. So let's add something to the cart and start the process from the beginning. So I'm gonna click on buy now, and we should have this product in the cart. I already have this product in the cart, by the way. So let me here check out and place an order. Let me fill out this form quickly. So I filled out this form. Let me click on place order and see what's gonna happen. So if you click on place order, as you can see, you are gonna get here order placed successfully, and then total payment is this amount, and then pay now button. So we just need to fix here the design. I'm gonna say text center, because I want to center these things, and I also want to say here btn primary for now, just for now, and I can change it later. Let me refresh, and as you can see, I'm gonna get this message, order placed successfully, and I want to remove the quotes from the order status. So here in the place order, we need to remove these double quotes. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove this, and I should let me remove this as well. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove this as well, and let me refresh. And as you can see, we have here order placed successfully, total payment is this, and then pay now button. So payment, I'm gonna be working, what I wanted to tell you is that I'm gonna be working on payment later, because it's gonna take a lot of time. So I'm gonna be working on payment later, but for now we just need to know that the last step is payment. So we added the product to cart, we placed the order in the database, everything's fine except for payment. So payment, we just need to work on it later, and for now we need to work on other things and complete other things until we are done, and then I'm going to be working on payment. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the login and registration pages. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start with the registration page. So here we have the register.html. The first step is that we need to rename this register from register.html to register.php. This is the first step. The second step is that we need to open the register.php, and then we need to look for the form. Remember, we have here this form. Let me look for it here, this form, register. Let me close down this one first. Let me try to close down this because I don't want to let me close down this first here, and then let me close down this second, and now we have the register. So the register here, we have a form. As you can see, we have this form. So this form, it has the name, the email, the password, the confirm password, and the register here. So before we do anything, let's make sure that we have the names. We have name for the name, we have name for the email, for the password, for the confirm password. For the register button, we need to say here name. We need to say name, and the name is gonna be register. And that's it. For the form itself, I'm gonna give it action and method. I'm gonna say method, and the method is gonna be post. So the method is post. The action is going to be, and the action is gonna be register.php, which is the same exact page. So I'm gonna be using the same page to register the user. So at the top here, we need to add the logic of the registration. So at the top, I'm going to say here PHP and then PHP. And then what we want to do is that we want to get the data from the form. So let me first go to the register. I'm going to say here register to explain register.php, and to explain what I'm going to do. So the user would type their name, email, password, and confirm the password, and then would click on register. If everything is fine, we need to display that. Otherwise, we need to display an error. So what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to say if is set, and then post, because we are dealing with a post request. Is set post, and then this button which has a name called register. So we need to say if is set post register. We need to register the user, else we need to display an error or do something. So in case of error, I'm just gonna keep it empty for now. There is no need to display anything here. And in case the user forgets to fill one of these inputs, there is no problem, because if you try to click on register without filling one of these inputs, it's not going to allow you anyway. So we don't need to worry about this. So here, if register, if is set post register, what we want to do is that we want to get the data from the form. So we need to say here post, and then name. We need to get the name and store it in a variable called name. And then we need to get the email. So here we need email, and here I'm gonna say email, and then we need password, and here password, and then the password, and lastly the confirm password. So here I'm gonna say confirm password, confirm password, and I'm gonna store it in a variable called confirm password. Now the first thing that we need to check is that we need to compare the password. We need to compare the password with the confirm password and make sure that they match. So I'm going to say here if, and then if password is not equal to the confirm password, then we need to display an error. We need to say header, and then header, and then location, and then register.php, and then I'm going to pass a get parameter. I'm going to say error. So error is going to be equal to passwords don't match. And then I'm going to check another error, which is the length of the password. So if the password, if str length, and then password is smaller than, let's say, 6 characters, then I'm going to tell the user you cannot use a password that's less than 6 characters. So I'm going to say here header again, and then location, and then register.php, and then I'm going to say error is equal to password must be at least 6 characters. So let's display these errors. So how can you display these errors? You can use the get parameters here above the form. Just below the opening tag of the form, you can say here p paragraph, and then you can here say php, and then you can say echo, and then what do we want to echo? We want to echo the get parameter, the get error, and then we need to give this paragraph a color. I'm going to say style color red, because this is an error. Let's test this part, or let's continue first. I think we need to continue first because it's going to take some time. So let me continue first, and then we are going to test later. So this is going to check whether if passwords don't match, and here this is going to check if password is less than 6 characters. And then if there is no error, you can, by the way, add many errors. You can customize this depending on what you want to check, but I think these are the most important things. Then if there is no error, we can here start with the registration process. So the registration process is that we need to get these and then insert them into the database. So to do this, we need to start a connection. So to start a connection, we need to include, remember, we need to say here include, and then we need to include the server / connection, and then we need to use the connection variable. We need to say here con, and then we need to call a function called prepare, and then we need to insert into into what table? Into the users table. We need to insert into the users table, this users table, user ID, name, email, and password. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say insert into users, and then what do we want to insert? We want to insert the name, email, and password, and the ID will be given by the database. So we need to say the first one is user_name, user_name. The second is user_email, user_email. The third is user_password. And here we need to say values. What are the values? The values are question marks, because I'm going to be using the bind. So I'm going to say here con. I'm going to say here statement. I'm going to store this in a statement. I'm going to say stmt is equal to con, and then I'm going to use the statement, and then I'm going to say bind param, and the parameters are three parameters: the username, the email, and the password, SSS. And then we need to pass the email, the name, and then email, and then password. However, there are two important things that we need to do before this. So these two things are: first, the password must be hashed. So in order to hash the password, we need to say here, we need to say MD5 and then pass the password. This is going to hash the password. This is very important. And this is one of the best practices of PHP when it comes to security. And if you want to find out more about best practices in PHP when it comes to security, you can take my course about the best practices of PHP, the best security practices of PHP. I'd highly recommend taking this course because it's gonna teach you very important things that you need to take into account whenever you are working with PHP in order to avoid being hacked and in order to protect your systems and your websites and your web applications. Anyways, we need now to do a very important thing, which is check before doing this. This is gonna create a new user. However, before creating a new user, we need to check whether there is a user with this email or not, because we cannot register the user with many users with the same email. So to do this, we need to create another statement. We need to say here con, and then we need to say prepare, and then select all from users where email is equal to question mark. And then I'm gonna pass here the question mark. I'm gonna say stmt1 is equal to this, and then I'm gonna say stmt1 bind param, and then s, and then comma, and then email, and then I'm gonna say here stmt and then execute, and then I'm gonna say statement and then bind result, and then I'm gonna say num underscore rows, and then statement and then fetch, and then finally I'm gonna say if num browse is not, if it's not equal to 0, then we need to display an error. So I'm gonna say here header, and then location, and then register.php, and then error, and then I'm gonna say user with this email already exists. And here, by the way, we need to say count, and then count star, because we aren't interested in getting information. We are interested only in getting the number of rows. We need to find whether there's an email whether there's a user with this email or not. If there is, then we need to stop. Else, we need to continue. So here we need to say header, location, register.php, and display this error in case the number of rows is not equal to 0. So another thing that we need to fix here is that we need to say here user underscore email, not just email. Why? The reason is because in the database, remember in the users table, the column for the email is user underscore email, And here we are using SQL to connect to the database, and I'm here I'm here saying where user email is equal to something. So we need to use this column, user underscore email. And also here, another thing that I wanted to fix here is the get error. This get error, if the error, if the get request is not set, this is gonna display a an error. This is gonna display an error instead of displaying the error message itself. So we need to say here, we need to add if statement, and we need to say if is set, only is set, get is set get error. If the error is set error, then I'm gonna here say echo and then echo this code. That's it. So this code will never be executed unless there is an error message. This is very, very important. Finally, we need to continue working here after we say here statement bind param. We need to execute this. I'm going to say stmt and then execute this, and we need to bind the we need to store the information in the session, and I'm going to work on this later. But for now, what we want to do is that we need to fix the code a little because the code now is getting complicated. So here I'm going to say, in order to fix this code, I'm going to say here if password don't match, then we are going to display an error. Here, instead of saying another if statement, I'm going to say else if the password is less than 6 characters, then I'm going to display another error. Here I'm going to say else if there are no errors, if there are no errors, then I'm going to here say else, and then I'm going to push all of this code inside. All of this code will go inside this else. Here I'm going to close this else, and here inside this else, here I'm going to add a comment. I'm going to say if there is no error, then we need to display this. Let me add the closing bracket here and also the closing bracket here and remove it from here because this is gonna make the code more organized. So else if there is no error, then we need to check whether there is a user with this email or not. Here, if statement is gonna check if there is a user with already registered with this email, then we cannot continue. We need to send the user to we need to display an error message. Else I'm gonna add this code now. All of this code now will go inside here, and then I'm gonna add a curly bracket. And you need to double check your code because there are so many curly braces. If you get this wrong, it's not gonna work. So I want you to double check your code one more time. So let me here show you the code one more time. If user clicks on register, we get the data from the form and then check whether the email is whether the password and the password confirm match. If they don't match, we display an error. If there is another error, if the password is less than 6 characters, we also display an error. Else, if there are no errors, by the way, these are the errors that I have used. You can add more else ifs here if you want to check for more errors. But I think these are the most important two errors that I want the user to avoid: the password don't match and the password less than 6 characters. Else, if there are no errors, I'm gonna first check whether there is whether there is a user with this email or not. If there is a user with this email, then we need to take the user to we need to display an error message. If there is no user with this email, if no user, let me add here a comment. If no user registered with this email before, then we can create a new account with this email and password. And finally here we need to say statement execute, and then we need to check this by saying if this is correct, if the account has been created successfully, what we want to do is that we need to get the data and display the data. We need to store the user information in the session, because at this point the account has been created successfully. So I'm gonna say here user email is equal to the user email. So here I'm gonna say user email is equal to the user email is equal to the email that the user registered with. And this session, I'm going to create another session with user username is equal to username or name. And we can also create a session logged in is equal to true. And that's it. And then we take the user to the account page. I'm going to say header and then location and then account and then .php, and I'm going to say here register and then is equal to you registered successfully. That's it. Else if here if account was created successfully, else account could not be created for some reason. So we need to display an error here. Again, we need to use the header and then register and then location and then register and then .php and then error is equal to could not create an account at the moment. And that's it. Else here you can display any error. You can here say, for example, header and then location register.php and then error, and then you can say here please fill in the form. The error is possibly at this point is that the post is not set. So that's it. And the last thing that we need to do is that we need to create the account.php page. So if you go to the account.php, you will find that we have a page called account.html, and we need to convert this to PHP. We need to say account.php. That's it. For now, I'm going to convert it to account.php, and then later I'm going to display the information there. And finally here, actually, if I use the header in the else, it's not going to allow me to enter the page anyways, because the is set here, whenever I enter the page, it's always going to be not set. The post is not going to be set. So here actually I shouldn't have this code at all. I should remove this completely. I should remove this code and I shouldn't add this code for now. let me save, and we can add another code that's going to check whether the user is logged in or not, in order to avoid the user to go to the register if they are logged in. But there is no need for this now. Here we need to say session start. This is the last thing that we need. And the last thing that I'm going to do is that here we need to say statement and then store result. This is very important. You need to call store result. Otherwise, it's not going to work. This is not going to work. And by the way, here, after this if statement, we need to check whether the user is logged in or not. But I'm going to work on this later because I don't want to confuse you right now. So let me now head on over to the browser and test. So first we need to go to the register page because as you can see there is no link for the register. So I'm going to say register.php, and then let me create an account. So let me here create an account, and I'm going to type everything correctly, and let me here create an account. So if I click on register, and if everything is fine, as you can see, it's going to take me to the account page. And now in the database, I should find my account. So my account has been created. Now let me go to the register page and try to test for other possible scenarios. Now if I go to the register page, the first problem that I have is that I will be able to go to the register page even though I already have created an account. So this is a problem that I'm going to work on shortly, but first let's test the problems. So the first problem is that if you click on register without filling the form, it's not going to allow you, which is great. And if you try to create an account with the same email, for example, if I try to create an account with this email, let me test. It's not going to allow you. Let me show you this. So if I click on register, it's going to say here user with this email already exists. So this is going to protect the form from creating two accounts with the same email. If you test with the, let's say that the user did not type let's say the emails, the passwords don't match. So if I type here a password, and in the second field I'm going to type another password that don't match. If I click on register, it's going to say here password don't match. So you can test this, and I'd recommend testing this multiple times in order to avoid any problems with your form. The last problem is that we need to fix is the registration. So here in the form we need to say else if, and then we need to check the session. We need to say session is set session logged in. Remember, we have here a key called logged in. So if user is logged in, then what we need to do is that we need to say header dot location, and then index or account account.php, and we need to take the user to the account.php because at this point the user has already registered, and we need to exit. So let me test this. So now I'm logged in, I'm registered. So if I try to go to the registration page, I shouldn't be able to enter the, as you can see, I will not be able to enter the registration page. Let me here say register one more time, register.php, and if I try to go to the register, it's not going to allow me because this is going to protect the registration page. I'm going to say here if user has already registered, then take user to account page. And also in the registration page we have a link here. We have a link for login, so we need to activate this link. I'm going to say here href, and this is going to take the user to the login.php, which is the page that I'm going to work on. So now our registration system is complete.